At the top of the dome.
Oh, yes.
Just underneath the Statue of Freedom at the top, folks. If you can see the bronze Statue of Freedom on top of the dome, she's 19.5 feet tall. Just the figure, just the lady, head to foot, well, headdress to foot. And then she's standing on a giant bronze globe, and there's a little bit more of a pedestal. And then that little section at the top with the columns, skinny section at the top, that's called the tholos. And the balcony that Ron's referring to, just beneath the tholos there at the top. Here's another great view. You can see the
Wonderful
tholos
shot.
just at the top of the screen.
By the way, can I call her by her given name? Freedom, triumphant in war and peace.
Yes, the Statue of Freedom up on top of the dome, just out of the shot now. She faces over to the east front. We're looking at the west front, because of course that's the site of today's festivities. Looks like we've got an arrival coming up here. We are looking at the east front plaza of the Capitol. So the Capitol Visitor Center is actually underneath there. Those kind of pink-toned stone pavers that you see there, that's rose-colored granite. It's from Millbank, South Dakota. And 160,000 squares of that were used to pave that plaza. Those white, kind of lighter-colored borders in between the pinkish-toned pavers that they're on, those are white granite pavers. They come from Isle, Minnesota. 40,000 of those. We're looking underneath the porticos here. These are the sort of covered walkways where when folks arrive, they step underneath, protected from the elements, although they don't need it today. We got no snow and no rain.
Unlike Kennedy's inauguration, where they were clearing snow.
Yeah, and as we've discussed, you know, it was Reagan who moved the inaugural from the east front to the west, right? And 1981, President Reagan's first inaugural, I think it was like 55 degrees outside. It was a fine day. And then Reagan's second inaugural, 1985, 7 degrees here in Washington. They had to move that indoors at the last minute.
Well, members of Congress are filing in and other dignitaries. Can we hear what? The band?
You can hear the Marine Band, you sure can. They've already started up there. They've got a long day of performance ahead of them here. It really is a full concert that they're going to be delivering. We're going to hear some familiar tunes from them. They've also have prepared a couple of special ones for the occasion. Marches from John Philip Sousa. And the Marine Band, actually those uniforms they're wearing, those are most similar to what they would have been wearing in the time of President Grant and John Philip Sousa.
I can tell you, having served in the armed forces, wool in the summer, no fun. This is great weather. Great weather for military personnel. I'd rather have it 40 degrees and below than 80 degrees and above.
Yeah, we lucked out with the weather today. I was looking at some tales of former inaugurations, and of course, you know, we'll be hearing from the first ever Youth Poet Laureate a little bit later on today. I know, incredible young lady, just 22 years of age, I think, maybe
Amanda
23.
Gorham, yes.
Amanda Gorham. And Robert Frost was the first poet who was invited to speak at the inaugural 1961 for President Kennedy. Frost had composed a poem for the occasion, but the glare coming off of the fresh snow, the glare was too bright. He couldn't actually read his own notes. They tried to help him out. Somebody held a top hat over to create a little shadow, and he still wasn't able to read his notes. So 89 years old, the poet Robert Frost actually recited one of his other poems from memory.
You know, Janet, we haven't talked about them too much, and we will later. United States Capitol Police. This is pride of them. We have order, we have discipline. Things are moving as they should. So they take pride in this particular part.
So this is the time when we see people arriving for these ceremonies. We know folks are starting to take their seats out on the west front. And we're going to be seeing various people arriving here, coming underneath. That, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is President Obama.
You're not mistaken.
Arriving. And, of course, Michelle Obama there, a beautiful plum coat going into the Capitol underneath one of those porticos.
He never wears a hat.
You know, I never noticed that, but you're right.
You know, the members of Congress used to wear their hats inside the chambers, and then that stopped.
Everybody wore hats in the 19th century. Lincoln, actually, the first inauguration he attended was Zachary Taylor's in 1849. And President Lincoln actually lost his top hat in the massive crowds because, you know, their inaugural balls and parties, these events, especially in earlier times in the 19th century, there were massive public events that people would come to Washington, flock from all around to. Of course, this year, things are quite different.
Friends, there is such a thing called Capitol Conversations, and it's something that our colleagues do during this time of closure of the Capitol. So visit thecapitol.gov, log on, look at our previous recordings, but all that we're talking about, we will do this over and over throughout the year until we're open. Let's see who's surviving now. I know what people are thinking. Are you making this up as you go? Well, right now I am, yes.
Well, it's when we're talking about people arriving.
Oh, William Jefferson Clinton.
There he is, President Clinton arriving there.
Senator Clinton can't be far away.
I would imagine. Again, they're pulling up to the east front of the Capitol, where inaugurations used to be held. JFK, Lincoln, Andrew Jackson, until 1981, moved to the west front so that more people could attend, so that more people could see, right? We looked down the National Mall earlier. You could see how there was room for people to watch from all kinds of different angles and to really fill up that space. Of course, things are a little bit different this year than they have been for inaugurations past.
I just thought of a trivia question, and it's how many left-handed presidents have we had? William Jefferson Clinton is left-handed.
Oh.
We'll think of it.
How many left-handed presidents?
How many
okay,
left-handed?
Folks, you're going to write that one down. You're going to go to your favorite search engine.
Oh, the beautiful East Front.
Now, before inaugurations happened at the Capitol, when the Capitol still wasn't built, or after it was burned by the British in the War of 1812, presidents inaugurated other sites. So, Ron, as you mentioned earlier, across the street from us, the Supreme Court's current building, right on the site where President James Monroe was inaugurated. The Marine Band here. And we're going to be hearing from the Marine
Friends,
Band.
We've talked so much about them. Let's listen to our beloved Marine Band for just a little while.
So we get another arrival here, folks, coming off the buses. These are the Biden and Harris families arriving here. Everybody getting ready to go to their seats out on the west front for today's 59th inaugural ceremonies. Gonna look a little bit different than previous years, but this part is the same. Busloads of folks coming up, everybody bundled up for the weather.
Not unfamiliar to President-elect Biden because as vice president.
Yes, absolutely. Good point.
So, think about this for a second. In terms of coming into a presidency, think of all the congressional experience he has in comparison to everyone else, right? Who has more experience coming into the president? This has to be quite a moment for his family to come back yet again, but this time to be sworn in as commander-in-chief.
These folks probably know their way around the hill pretty well, yeah, and this is something that we see in previous inaugurations, right? Their arrivals here. Again, we're on the east front here with the buses pulling up, so these folks will have to travel through the Capitol, across to the other side and out onto the west front, onto the platform.
I can't emphasize this enough. This is a shot you don't see. This is not something you see from the networks. This particular angle to the Senate side of the Capitol, what we call the carriage door.
Yeah, watching the Biden family coming in like this, you can see up underneath the porticos there. All of the, you can see some Capitol Police officers there as well. You're absolutely right, Ron. This is an angle that nobody else has. We have cameras, I think close to 30 cameras around for this JSIC live stream today. They're in places that other networks don't necessarily have, or the networks don't necessarily have. Press pool. Oh,
look
like
at this, the
line.
East Vestibule. That looks like Senator Schumer's posture.
It sure
and behind him would be Senator Mitch McConnell.
We've got Steny Hoyer there with the reddish scarf. With I think a navy blue jacket. So what we're looking at here, this is actually the east front door. So this is just behind those doors at the top of the stairs. So just to orient yourselves, folks, this is just outside the rotunda. It almost acts as a little kind of a vestibule to the rotunda. Behind the cameraman there in our frame, his back is into the entrance to the rotunda, the east side. Back on the east front, another arrival. We got a bus pulling up here.
I love those steps. Now that's the House
Those
side.
are the House steps there.
And for those that were looking at the top and said, what are those figures? That is called the apotheosis of democracy. It's a pediment. It was sculpted by Paul Bartlett from the state of Ohio.
The inside and outside of the building just adorned with sculpture, allegorical sculpture, a lot of it, representing not necessarily specific people, but representing ideas. Just like today is, as Chairman Blunt said, an assurance of our continued and unbroken commitment to continuity, stability, perseverance, democracy. The outside of the building, the architecture itself suggests permanence, stability.
Yes. Oh, good observation. We should mention, you mentioned Chairman Blunt. This is his second opportunity to be chair of the Joint Inaugural Committee on inaugural ceremonies. And the last person to do that was Senator Wendell Ford from Kentucky.
All right. Yeah, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, we all call it JSIC for short because acronyms are a big part of life here on Capitol Hill. And they are the official hosts of today's 59th inaugural ceremonies. Official host JSIC, and you're watching our live stream feed. We've got a view of the west front there, looking right at it from the center. You can see the platform there. That draped doorway at the center is what we call the lower west terrace door on the west front of the Capitol. It's where we're going to be seeing people coming out later and taking their seats on the platform.
Now, to the right-hand side, as you're looking at this camera feed, to the right-hand side, the majority of the people towards the right and higher up would be the media. The sun has obviously an impact upon photography, so that's where they're placed.
Oh, yeah. On either side of this, sort of just out of view, there's another side. So you can see the bleachers type things that the spectators would sit on, but just out of view are the press scaffolds that they sit on. And you're right, the photographers are all over on the one side because the sun can ruin the camera angles if they're not.
Let's listen to our Marine band.
President. As you can see, folks, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris arriving there in the purple, arriving on the east front of the Capitol.
They are greeted by the Senate Sergeant of Arms, Jennifer Hemingway, and the Acting House Sergeant of Arms, Tim Blodgett.
And there is President-elect Biden there, just out of the car, moving toward Vice President-elect Harris. Got great weather for this, of course. There's Dr. Jill Biden there in, I would call that a teal.
Teal?
Teal or turquoise?
Who am I to?
Teal and turquoise?
Question.
Turquoise with teal trim.
Oh, there's, you can see Officer Eugene Goodman close by as well. The
United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman, today's acting Deputy Sergeant at Arms.
He's in the brown overcoat, yes.
In the brown coat and scarf there. So, folks, you may have seen United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman. You might have seen some footage of him. So he has the special honor today of being the Deputy Sergeant at Arms.
I see the chair of JASIC, Senator Roy Blunt, close by.
Yeah, so some of JASIC meets them here at the bottom of the East Front steps. And then I think they meet some of the others as they walk a little bit further up the steps there.
Again, this is not an unfamiliar scene.
Senator Klobuchar, I believe, there in the
Sure is.
brownish coat, tan coat. And here we go, starting the walk up the stairs, the east front stairs. Now remember, folks, presidents used to be inaugurated right here on these east front steps. Presidents were inaugurated here, basically starting with Andrew Jackson.
I think President Reagan got it right. The West Front is so much better, but it's historic to be on the side.
The move to the West Front in 1981 is one of those things where people think it's always been that way. Just like the Supreme Court getting their own building in 1935, we think it's always been that way. Here we go, going up the East Front steps. You can see some United States Capitol Police officers flanking there. And approaching the east door. Beautiful carved bronze doors.
Tourists used to enter through here. The Speaker's office used to be in the lobby out to the left.
Yeah, this door is not used a lot, folks. I have to say, you know, Ron and I and our colleagues in the visitor services and guide service, we are in the Capitol just about every day, and we don't see these doors open a whole lot.
Another name for them are the Randolph Rogers doors, cast in Munich by the Royal Bavarian Foundry. 10,000 pounds. And the panels tell the life of George Washington. Well, his history.
Little scenes, yeah.
And
the
Columbus.
Scenes of them. Columbus and Washington, they go up the sides. Also, we got a view of the inside here. Folks coming in that east door.
Excellent footage.
There's President-elect Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. You can see we've got a nice sunny day. There's Vice President-elect Harris and Doug Emhoff.
Now, friends, I know what you're thinking.
And the J-stick behind them, Senator Blunt.
Where are they going? To a hold area.
And there's Speaker Pelosi coming through again. The color of the day, I think turquoise.
That, please.
And Senator Mitch McConnell. And here we are looking at the Marine Band again. Like I said, they are going to be playing all day. And a little close-up of those uniforms, or a little bit of detail about those uniforms. As you know, they have the epaulettes, you know, the braiding on the shoulders. But Ron, trivia question for you. Do you know what the braids in the front are? They sort of hang down. They almost look like a bolo tie, sort of.
I don't, and I should.
They're called aiglets. Aiglets. And you can see the ones on the officers are gold. And then the other folks in the band there, Marine Band, they have white epaulets and aiglets. So they're sort of hang down in the front, little sort of tassely looking things.
Oh, look at the passion of the director. Let's listen together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is typical of inaugurations on the West Front. What are we doing? Waiting patiently.
I think that may be Representative DeLorio there, her green footwear just at the top of camera now, but she's usually got some distinctive hair color and clothes that we can spot her even with masks on. It's difficult sometimes to identify our members of Congress when everybody is masked up in this pandemic.
Now, Jen, people have watched for a couple hours now, and they might be wondering, well, wait a minute, I see marble that's different colors. You would be correct.
Oh, yeah.
Marble from Vermont, Maryland, and Massachusetts, specifically Lee, Massachusetts.
Yeah, and on the inside of the building we see a lot of sandstone and a little bit of concrete. These are concrete walls here inside what we sort of lovingly refer to during inaugurations as the chute, right? This is where people are going to be sort of slaloming out
Word of
if you will.
day.
The chute brings to mind kind of like a water park, right? But they're going to kind of come down from the rotunda and out those doors onto the platform on the west side. So the door just behind us in this shot.
This chute is at the bottom of the staircase, which connects to the crypt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention toward the inaugural platform. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark A. Milley.
General Milley coming out now, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Now again, on previous inaugurations, you would just see tens of thousands of people. You see, this is still quite a moment.
Yeah, this platform normally packed, elbow to elbow, folks in there, just like the early House and Senate chambers, actually. You know, National Statuary Hall members were crammed in there elbow to elbow until they expanded into the new House chamber in the 1860s.
I want our public, I want our audience to, maybe not now, but this afternoon, this evening, YouTube or Google inaugurations in the past. You will see people sprawled, not on the west side, but the east front, everywhere, hanging from the dome in places they shouldn't be. This is a most appropriate sight.
Yes, famous photograph of Lincoln inaugural. It's just crammed with spectators. That is Steve Scalise there on the right, I believe.
It would be from Louisiana. He would be the minority whip.
Our Marine Band playing. They've got, like I said, they've got a full day. They've got a full concert. It's one tune after another there. We're going to be hearing from them some familiar tunes and some special selections. Marine Band, they've also got what's called the blood stripe, I believe, down the side of the trouser leg, which is unique to their uniform. Okay, we're back to the chute. Ron's leaning in close to identify who we're seeing on screen here. Being shown their marks, how to come out. I think that might be Clyburn in the red hat.
From South Carolina, it is.
And everybody's got to know before they come out where they're going to on the platform. There's the signed seating. There's little
Ladies
signs
and
on the
gentlemen,
chairs. We
leadership
saw a little
of the
bit of that
United
earlier.
States House of Representatives, Republican Whip, the Honorable Stephen Scalise, and Majority Whip, the Honorable James E. Clyburn.
So for our younger students, when you hear the word whip, that's the person that assembles the votes. That person makes calls and addresses before a bill gets to the floor, so they have a good idea whether it's going to go through or not.
The term comes to us, I think, from hunting. It refers to the whipper in, sort of rounds up and makes sure all the hunting animals are pursuing in the right direction. So it's a good metaphor for our whips in Congress to sort of round up everybody to vote. Got some more folks coming down from the
Senator Lake.
crypt here.
From the state of Vermont. I saw Senator Thune in front.
Those columns that you see, the crypt of the Capitol, just underneath the dome.
Janet, the act of secession is important, and this is going on with such good precision. As it
I mean, this is an event.
always has.
We've heard it now a couple of times from members of the JASIC, an event commonplace and miraculous, this peaceful transfer of power. And the fact that it's all orchestrated, coming off together. There's Senator Graham.
Lindsey Graham. I see Senator Dick Durbin, who I ran past by in the cleaners last week. It looked like Senator Cory Booker was in front of them as well.
Well, they're squinting at us and we're squinting at them.
Senator Bernie Sanders.
Probably folks recognize Bernie Sanders, senator from Vermont. Well dressed for potential bad weather.
Oh, he could be in a short sleeve shirt. I mean, he's used to this. This is
Really comfortable weather for today's inaugural compared to some years past.
such as President George W. Bush. I can recall walking down the street, sliding on Constitution Avenue, just trying to get a glimpse. It was
1829, Andrew Jackson's inauguration. The weather was so bad they had to do it inside the House chamber. This tradition that we're observing today, of course, this tradition is older, far older than you or I or anybody else who's watching today. But this tradition has also evolved over time. It's changed, and things have changed about it. And so today's inaugural looks different than previous years.
Ladies and gentlemen,
there have been a lot of
leadership
differences.
of the United States Senate, President Pro Tempore Emeritus, the Honorable Patrick Leahy and Mrs. Marshall Leahy. Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin and Mrs. Rima Doden. Majority Whip, the Honorable John Thune and Mrs. Kimberly Thune. Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer and Mrs. Irish Wineshaw Schumer. And President Pro Tempore of the Senate, the Honorable Chuck Grassley and Mrs. Jennifer Hines.
Senator Patrick Leahy has time for everyone. We see him on tour everywhere. His office is close by the rotunda. He'll greet everyone. He can give the tour. It's just amazing.
He has been a special guest on many of my tours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the members are so engaging with people. The late Congressman John Lewis, I can recall years ago, I waved him over. He says, "I'm going to vote and come back." And I said in my mind, no way. It took 15 minutes, but he came back and spoke to those young people. Well, Mr. Vice President Pence, he used to stand up, when he was a member of Congress, he used to stand up on the benches in the rotunda and give tours. I recall that all the time. That looks like Kevin McCarthy from California.
I believe we'll be seeing the beginning of the JASIC leaders going out to the platform here. That might be Senator Schumer we're seeing from the back again there.
Who once was a chair of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
Got some more, I think, family members
Have
to seats here.
You have to notice this. The wind has slightly picked up.
Wind
Yes.
picking up a little bit. Yeah, it looks that way.
I love this. The Constitution brings us here. It's really one sentence that is necessary. The oath. Well, 37 words or 30.
You know, it
35
originally
minutes.
said, "I do solemnly swear or affirm I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States." And James Madison and George Mason insisted the chief executive should also swear an oath to the Constitution. And so Congress approved that version. So they added a little bit to that oath of office.
That's what brings us here, the Constitution. And this date is because of the 20th Amendment. This was mentioned in the video earlier. Senator George Norris from the state of Nebraska proposed this in 1925.
Yeah, again, in terms of those things, we think of them as always happening this way. We think inaugurations always in January, but until quite recently, they were happening at other times, including March. We saw earlier in response to our trivia question that George Washington was actually inaugurated April 30th, but a lot of the other ones, March 3rd or March 4th.
Or in some cases, if it's on a Sunday, March 5th.
Yes, and if inauguration falls on a Sunday, that's right, they do not have it on the Sunday. They do kind of a small swearing in and then the official ceremony the next day. Actually,
President Wilson, I believe, it was inaugurated on a Sunday. That happened once. It looks like Senator Mendez from New Jersey there. Forgive us if we're hesitating. It's difficult to see sometimes with masks.
also, the Capitol has been closed to tours out of an abundance of caution, of course, for some months now. And so, although these 535 members of Congress, senators are our bosses, I would say. We haven't seen them in a little while.
You know what's fun, Janet? I've seen times where former members of Congress, they've just casually walked up towards the West Front, and they know they don't have a seat, but they kind of blend in. That's kind of fun.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I think we
former
saw
Vice
some former
President,
members
the
arrive
Honorable
earlier.
Dan Quayle.
Here's former Vice President Dan Quayle, the Honorable Dan Quayle, about to step through the chute and out the door. And again, we've got camera angles here that, folks, that not a lot of other people do. Although there is a little zone set aside, so if anybody, there's a little moment off camera
Yes.
where they can straighten a tie or just do a quick check every hair is in place. Of course,
As
with
one
the
should.
wind on the platform, there's only so much you can do, but at least when you step out.
Not the handshake, but the
Yeah, we're seeing fist bumps here. Former VP Dan Quayle heading out there. We thought, I guess, that Mrs. Quayle, Marilyn Tucker Quayle, I believe, was going to be accompanying him, but looks like he is out there by himself today. A lot of things different this year. This scene doesn't always look like this.
no.
With so few chairs, people have to get up and move around, and they are able to move around. So I think we're seeing a little bit more socializing and photo taking. And of course, as we mentioned, not handshakes, but handshake equivalents, safe handshake
To be
equivalents.
clear, we miss the people.
Of
No
course.
question. We miss the people. They belong here, and just the sheer.
Well, this is the people's house, and we were talking earlier, you and I, as tour guides, recalling how many times members of Congress
Oh.
appear during our tours. We'll be taking a group of public around through the rotunda or through the crypt or National Statuary Hall, which is the former House chamber. And, there is no separate space, right? If a member needs to get from one side of the building to the other, they go right through those spaces. And very often, it's fun to point out. People will recognize their own member from their district. They may be visiting us from far, far away, and they'll recognize the member from their district passing through.
Looks like Senator Debbie Stabenow from Michigan. You mentioned about the People's House. Inaugurations take place here, not the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
not
that's
the
a
White
really good
House.
point. Where inaugurations
people-
don't happen.
Right. They make the laws that protect us here. Elected officials here. Accountability, Congress. It's important.
Well, and this is a ceremony that's happening publicly, in full view, right?
Look at that entrance to the crypt. That was an excellent shot.
So in the crypt of the Capitol, you can see these, they're sandstone columns, they're Doric columns. They're among some of the oldest architectural features in the building. And they were originally all supposed to be painted white, and so you'll see a little bit of variation in the natural stone there.
Now that star in the center is called the Compass Stone. Here comes Senator Clinton and former President William Jefferson Clinton.
They just stepped through the crypt of the Capitol, heading out now down into the chute, and we'll be seeing them on the platform really soon. Back on the platform here, you can see to the left the podium where the action's going to go down. And again, this is constructed. This is all kind of built onto the side of the Capitol. There's actually a section of railing,
Yes.
which is removable. It's a massive stone balustrade. It just looks like you couldn't lift it for anything, but every 4 years, it's lifted out so that there's a pathway for folks to get out onto the West Front here.
We should also mention the mace is brought out here. That's the symbol of power and authority. You can make the argument that is the oldest relic in the Capitol, and it's brought out under the direction of the House Sergeant of Arms. Well, it is a joint meeting, joint session after all.
So many traditions, and we have more of those wonderful videos to show you all later on, highlighting some of these traditions that take place. This is an inside view. This is another angle I don't think anybody else's cameras have.
No, that was coming from the law library door.
Coming up from the law library door
Yeah, that was renamed the law library in 1860.
and into the crypt.
Yes, the Supreme Court used to be in that area. They moved upstairs because the Senate moved into its new chamber. It's all about space.
We've seen some exterior
Ladies
views
and
of cars
gentlemen,
pulling
the
up.
42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton,
Clintons
and the
being
Honorable
announced.
Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Yes, every president that is in attendance and First Lady is announced.
And that's the Bushes coming through the crypt now. And down the other side of the crypt into the chute. They'll be on the platform soon, too, with the Clintons.
You know, normally we would hear the roar of the crowd for every one announced, and it is noticeably different.
I mean, I've always staggers me to imagine how Reagan's second inaugural in '85, how they had to move it into the rotunda and try to
7
stage
degrees.
this massive event inside. Because you mentioned earlier James Monroe's inauguration outside. The first one to be held outdoors, and the number of people attending just, astronomically more. All right, we've got the Obamas coming through, about to enter into the crypt there.
Quite a presence that couple brings. I'm looking for his coat tomorrow.
Now that you've mentioned to me you've never seen him in a hat, I keep looking for hats.
He's been in a hat. It's just rare when he's in the Capitol building.
And all these folks we're seeing, this is their home.
Oh, very.
They have memories here going back years, familiar faces around.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush.
The Bushes coming out of the chute and onto the platform. Oh, we got a scarf slip there. You're right, that wind is picking up.
The Bush legacy, formidable. There is a tree planted to President Bush on the House side of the Capitol, and the member's name is eluding me, Lamar Smith, who had it planted. Yes, I pass by it quite frequently.
Inaugurations almost like track the history of technology in this nation. Think about the early ones. There's no radio, no television. There's no amplification. A lot of people, I think, complained that they couldn't hear George Washington giving his speech. The first one to have amplification, 1921, Warren G. Harding. Oh, we have got the justices arriving
Executive
here.
branch.
You mean the judicial branch?
Let's give judicial branch. Excuse me.
There's the herald trumpets.
You mentioned inaugurations. How about President Lincoln? People were within 10 feet from him.
Oh, yeah.
Soldiers with weapons.
Those are called tabards, those things that hang on their trumpets there. They have two sets. They have a navy blue and a white. So those are the navy blue that we see there on the herald trumpets. U.S. Army herald trumpets. So our justices in their robes coming down the chute. It's my understanding that they gather in the
Ladies
old
and
court
gentlemen,
chamber.
Yes.
the 44th
Get the robes
President
on
of
and
the
kinda come all
United
out
States,
together.
the Honorable Barack H. Obama and Mrs. Michelle Obama.
Noticeable applause.
I hear the applause there. Very helpful to have announcers.
As a senator, I once shared the same elevator with him.
I got
after you.
here, I actually moved to Washington on Election Day in 2008. Came here to work at the Capitol just about a week later. And then, so my first big public event was actually President Obama's first inaugural, 2009. And my job for the day was actually to escort people to their spots, to their seats.
Oh, nice.
As we mentioned this year, different seating than in years past.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Justice Sotomayor will be doing the swearing in later for VP-elect Harris.
Yes, careful, everyone.
Yeah, everyone needs to watch their step. There's carpeting there.
I know what people are thinking. Why can't they take an elevator? It's just not that simple.
Well, this is a historic building. It's
Well, just to get to that point, there's other areas. Justice Barrett, I see, just towards the end.
Elena Kagan there.
Yep, Justice Kavanaugh.
It would seem that they have stepped out in order, almost in the way that they're seated, right? Because they're seated in the chamber, Chief Justice in the middle, and then the other Associate Justices
Ladies and
fan out
gentlemen,
on either side
the
in
children
order
of
of
Vice
experience.
President-elect Harris and Mr. Douglas Imhoff, Cole Mackin Imhoff, and Ella Rose Imhoff.
You know, I was reading that we have a lot of stepmothers involved
Yes.
in the ceremony today. Dr. Jill Biden, stepmother to President-elect Biden's sons, and then, of course, Vice President-elect Harris, stepmother to these two individuals here.
This is likely as much as we'll see of the children as coverage of young people. It's out of respect to the family. So
Being shown to their seats. They are young, 21 and 26. And Vice President-elect Harris has been their stepmother for a few years now. I think they were maybe teens.
this seems so strange that there's so few people there. But
It looks very different than inaugurations past. But this tradition is so long that although this looks different than the last one and the one before that, it may not look that different than the ones at the very beginning. You know, we talked about 1801 and people saying they couldn't spot Jefferson because he wasn't wearing any special sash or hat or anything.
coordination of spacing.
These are more family members here, I believe. These are the Biden's children here. So this is Biden family members.
I've toured President-elect Biden's brother.
You know, in addition to
Years ago.
you know, I think folks, when they think about visiting the Capitol, they think about sending their young students here on field trips from all over the nation, or think about coming in and looking at the artworks with us. But we do give tours sometimes to important guests and
Yes,
dignitaries.
very, very fortunate.
Former President Clinton there, shown on the platform.
We're approaching the 11 o'clock hour, and in another hour, President Biden-elect, well, he'll be sworn in, and we'll hear his remarks in less than that time. So, yes, people have waited a long time, but the end is near.
All right, so the Biden children, grandchildren, about to step into the chute and out onto the platform. Robert Hunter Biden II, Ashley Blazer Biden, and the grandchildren of the president-elect there. So folks have passed through the crypt and sort of out and down the other side. Down here toward the west front, they're about to step through the draped door that we've been looking at from the outside of the platform, kind of just beneath those flags.
A question one might
Ladies and
ask.
gentlemen, the children of President-elect Biden, Robert Hunter Biden II and Ashley Blazer Biden, also the grandchildren of the President-elect.
Now, I just want to point out the Marine Band here is playing John Philip Sousa March, which is called Beau Ideal. As we see the Biden children and grandchildren headed out to the platform to take their seats.
This is the area of the Capitol Visitor Center.
Yeah, that's the area where the visitor center attaches to the old front of the Capitol. So if you look closely at the walls here, you can see sandstone from the 2000s attached to sandstone from the 1800s, and a little clear window in the floor. Coming through the crypt.
You know, with the approach of Vice President Pence, who's a pretty cool customer, if this isn't emotional, it will be when he leaves on the East Front. So it'll be interesting to see for him and his wife. Just their posture coming down, what the emotions might be. Has to be surreal.
Yes. And while all this is happening, the platform filling up with members, you know, the president-elect waiting somewhere inside the Capitol. If you can imagine folks being backstage before a big performance, the jitters, the butterflies, hoping you remember your lines, hoping you remember your marks, right, where you're supposed to stand. And then we have these cameras and spots watching folks come down the steps. Just behind those steps is actually the spot where they were meant to entomb George Washington, underneath the crypt of the Capitol. Vice President Pence here, about to step out from the chute. We see the Obamas on the platform. Soon there'll be an announcement for everybody to be seated, but not yet.
We do have a ways to go. We have the national anthem to be rendered.
Yes. We have performances to watch. We have poems to hear. This program has expanded and contracted over the years, you know, according to the priorities of the day and according to the traditions, according to the conditions of the day. When they've had to cut things short for one reason or another, they've probably, you know, left some things out, and other times people have thought, well, I've got this moment and I'm gonna hear my favorite poet and I'm gonna hear my favorite musician.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President, the Secretary of the Senate, the Honorable Julie E. Adams, and Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives, Catherine Spindor.
So we got the Secretary of the Senate, Chief Administrative Officer of the Senate there, accompanying Vice President Pence.
Miss Adams was on the left-hand side.
And Karen Pence, his wife. Here with Vice President Pence, getting ready to come out of the chute.
The Pences have visited my church. Yes.
Vice President Pence is, I think, probably the member of Congress, Senate, that visitors have spotted the most on my tours in the past couple of years.
He has time for people, doesn't he? When
He
comes
stops and shakes hands. I had whole school groups of 8th graders run over to meet the Vice President. And again, it's one of those moments folks can't believe they're having. Came on a tour of the Capitol and saw the Vice President. Oh, there they are, those tabards on the herald trumpets.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Michael R. Pence and Mrs. Karen Pence.
Quite a warm reception.
Marine Man playing Hail Columbia. Oh, I'm sorry, I think this is another Sousa March. As the Pences step out onto the platform, headed to their seats.
Oh, riders for the flag, yes.
Justice is there in the same shot with Vice President Pence.
Familiar tune? You can hear the audience singing "This Is My Country." You can hear them.
I was reading about the Marine Band uniforms, and they have a slightly different uniform for the orchestra because those epaulets on the shoulder make it very hard for them to hold the violins and such. So it's an incredible thing to think about uniform design having to conform to what musicians need to play their instruments. Vice President Pence there. Oh, we see there's Dan Quayle and George W. Bush there exchanging a greeting on the platform. Former presidents and former vice presidents and justices, you can see them all there. And families. Harris family that we see here.
Did you notice those two strollers earlier out on the east front? I think.
I didn't see the
yes,
strollers.
Yes, two strollers.
Sure.
On the east front. I think we know who's in those strollers now.
I think we do. Got some small ones there. I think maybe the only equivalent in most of our lives maybe is attending like a graduation ceremony for a family member, perhaps. And
Graduation, commencement, I would agree.
yeah, the idea of everyone, the time it takes for everyone to find their seats, and then for all the names to be announced, and then for everybody to depart. And you've got to dress for the duration, right?
Yes. We should mention to people there is a plan B if we don't have it on the west front outside, and a plan C. But
Seating down here on the west front lawn, so members of Congress, some former members, other guests.
some of our colleagues are working in that area.
Those mayors and governors that we saw earlier arriving, the diplomatic corps, all these folks have found seats. And of course, everything spread out due to the pandemic. You can see President-elect Biden there at the top corner of our screen. Lots of photos being taken. Some family members. I believe those are the Biden granddaughters there, the three ladies in sort of pastel color coats. There is a very interesting fashion strategy for the day. Folks seem to pick bright colors so they can be spotted among this sea of dark overcoats on the platform. But again, it's a little more spread out than normal, so it's a bit easier to pick out individuals. Another view of the Marine Band here.
You know, one thing we've noticed, no one has, gone back into the entrance.
Coming out the west door.
Yes, once you're out.
Back in the west
once you're
door.
out, I think that's it. Oh. Coming down the east staircase.
An Albert Bierstadt painting there on the staircase over there is VP-elect
That
Harris.
painting that people just saw used to be in the House of Representatives chamber.
And they're preparing to walk across the crypt. So that escalator you can spot at the back of the shot, that's leading down into the Capitol Visitor Center, the newest part of the Capitol complex, opened up in 2008.
December 2nd. I remember that one. Officer Goodman.
In the light brown coat.
Well, that's going to be quite a moment. Quite a moment.
Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff here preparing to cross the crypt. Here they go. You see those sandstone columns in the crypt. So again, in the pale light brown coat there, United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman.
Deputy
Sergeant at Arms.
Yes, for this ceremony.
Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant at Arms.
Excuse me.
Eugene Goodman. Eugene O. Goodman, Private First Class, United States Capitol Police.
Very soft-spoken gentleman. Says 4 words a week. Just
He's a familiar face to
Yes.
us and to our colleagues in the guide service. And he's a face that you all may have seen recently in some photographs and video of the Capitol. We can hear the footsteps of VP-elect Harris coming down the stairs from the crypt. Officer Goodman, this is a walk he's made many a time, but never as part of the procession in quite this way.
don't you feel like he's on duty? It's just
You can see his eyes sort of going back and forth. Now, of course, he's seeing familiar faces all around him, but
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President-elect, the Chief of Inaugural Ceremonies, Maria Miller-Lohmeyer, the Acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer Private First Class Eugene O. Goodman.
well, crescendo of applause, and we know who that's for.
yeah.
Officer Goodman. His actions more than heroic.
Oh, there we see Speaker Pelosi. And it looks like the rest of the JSIC there preparing to cross.
Mr.
So
Warrior in the red scarf.
we've got to spell out our acronyms. It's the Joint Congressional Committee on
Ladies and
Inaugural
gentlemen,
Ceremonies.
the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Vice President-elect Harris, who resigned her seat as a senator from California just yesterday, and today, very shortly, to be sworn in as Vice President.
So her office within the Capitol will move
Yes.
from her senator's office to the vice president's office.
You know, it's really
Senate
Richard
side of the
Nixon that
Capitol.
really transferred the location of the vice presidency, working towards the old executive office building.
And putting the locus of the vice president's office here at the Capitol. Because of course they are the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. All right, so on our camera there on the right, we can see Representative Hoyer in the red scarf, member of the Joint Committee, the JSIC, Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. VP-elect Harris hugging her children there.
Oh, that's a moment there. Vice President.
VP
Vice
meeting
President.
VP.
Yes, Harris-elect. Vice President-elect Harris, yes.
And notice the real furniture, folks. There's folding chairs out there, but that's a real chair and a real table. And on that table, I believe, are some of the sacred texts that are going to be used today. Representative Clyburn there having a moment with VP-elect Harris.
Do I see snow?
I see snow flurries, it looks like, in this shot of Chuck Schumer.
Those are snow flurries. You notice it has gotten considerably darker
Yeah,
since.
the wind did pick up.
Well, soon to be the 46th president.
Joe
Joseph Biden,
Dr. Joe
Biden,
Biden
making their way.
getting ready to cross through the crypt.
We'll wave to the camera. Yes.
I can't stress enough that we have cameras in areas that you won't see on any other live stream or broadcast. These behind the scenes shots, this idea
The
that you can
Joint
see into the
Congressional
visitor
Committee on
center.
Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordican DeChico, accompanying the House Republican leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Roy Blunt and Mrs. Abigail Blunt.
So those members of the JCEC, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the official host of today's 59th inaugural ceremonies, we can see them there headed out onto the platform. The announcer just said the names.
Proud moment for the committee.
They've put all this together.
Not just September, well before that, the planning has gone on. And let's be honest, this has been a different inauguration and hopefully something that we won't see again for a lot of different reasons. And they've really pulled this off handsomely. There goes Senator Blunt, the former Majority Whip of the House. He's been through a few of these ceremonies. Again, this is the second time he has chaired this committee.
Yes.
There's been 5 people to chair the committee twice, and Senator Blunt would be the latest.
He spoke of this ceremony today being an assurance for all people, our continued and unbroken commitment, continuity, stability, perseverance, democracy. As we get ready to see the peaceful transfer of power, an event both commonplace and miraculous. President-elect Biden here and Dr. Jill Biden just passing through the crypt of the Capitol, soon to emerge onto the platform. We can see the back of the Obamas here on the platform. Cole and Ella, and it's snowing. Cole and Ella, VP Harris's children there. Ella is the young lady you see with the plaid coat with kind of an embellishment on the shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway.
You know, snow, not unheard of in Washington in January. But you know what? When they used to have these in March, snow was also not unheard of.
Not at all.
Until 1933, inaugurations happened in March, and pretty risky in the era before paved roads.
Well, our last inauguration, we had a little bit of rain. President Trump on our last inauguration. Of course, President Obama. I think it was about 25 degrees.
The weather's always an element.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., and Dr. Jill Biden.
This piece by the Marine Band Trio from Hail America. A Marine Band known as the President's Own. They play at the pleasure of the President and the Commandant of the Marine Corps. And they've played at every inauguration since Jefferson's. Biden's approaching their seats on the platform here. Greeting former VP Dan Quayle.
Look at his eyes.
The pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
That's a phrase that is well welcomed right now. Let's enjoy the ceremony.
Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda till I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment, people all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together, The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the City of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank
President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious, democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far. But we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history It'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it. My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And in my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic, those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Amen. hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gaze not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first. We must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So While once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens, but one thing is certain. If we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade of flame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith, amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the President and official party depart the platform. For safety reasons, your ushers will release your section in an organized manner, following the playing of our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever.
Well, Janet, we really witnessed something today. What did we witness? Janet, we really witnessed something today. What did we witness? Secession, orderly, disciplined. Orderly, disciplined secession. I'd like to make a couple of remarks in terms of Abraham Lincoln. He was quoted 3 times, now not by necessarily President Biden, but from the time the ceremony started. And 2 of the quotes were coming from his inauguration. How about the first youth poet, Amanda Gorham? She was tremendous, using words like rebuild and recovery, but she's awfully skilled in alliteration.
Yes, Amanda Gorman's poem, The Hill We Climb, an uplifting moment. Poets have been included in the ceremony since 1961. We were talking a little bit earlier, Robert Frost that year for Kennedy's inauguration read a poem, and it's one of these ways in which this tradition is expanding and contracting, right? There are different things each year, and there are some things that are the same from one to the next, but one constant is the peaceful transfer of power.
You know, at times during inaugural ceremonies, you can see things that look regal, and then you have something that was just so common and it just fit. Garth Brooks walking down the staircase and singing Amazing Grace, and when he left, it's as if his horse was hitched on the east side of the Capitol and he rode off. It was just wonderful.
You know, the Joint Committee the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Chairman Blunt said, we're witnessing an event both commonplace and miraculous. And I think you just summed it up right there. The commonality that we feel when we see musical performances, when we hear live music, and then this miraculous moment where we see this changeover of power. And it's something which is unique to the United States, this ceremony. Nobody else does anything like this. And nobody else has a live stream feed like ours, because we have cameras in places.
Even now.
We have cameras in places nobody else does. So we're getting some angles here. You can see the Obamas there.
Secretary Chow behind Mrs. Obama, Senator McConnell's wife.
That's VP Harris's children just behind them. Cole and Ella. Ella has the decorated shoulders on her jacket. There's Clinton, former President Clinton with the Obamas there as well. And this is the part where everybody gets up and starts to make their way back off the platform, back into the Capitol. We saw VP Harris and her husband going through the crypt a few moments ago.
You know, President Biden, within the first sentence or two, used these 3 words: our determined democracy.
That's
I thought
the
that was
theme.
pointed. Yes.
That's the theme of this 59th inaugural ceremonies. That's the theme that the JSEC selected, and a wonderful phrase to encapsulate this: our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. And a few people made reference to it. You also mentioned how Biden's inaugural speech, he quoted others. And there's so many famous quotes that come to us from presidential inaugural speeches.
That's why inaugurations are so important. I mentioned earlier about Thomas Jefferson's quote. What about Andrew Jackson mentioning about government, that it should be for the good of the people, and that the people will direct, and that government should respect the privacy of persons and position. Andrew Jackson. We could go on about
FDR. The
Yes.
only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And Lincoln, the better angels of our nature, comes from one of his inaugural speeches. This is a moment where, and they vary in length. We've had long inaugural speeches in our nation's history. We've had short ones. We've had fatally long inaugural speeches.
Poor President Harrison, you had to bring that up. President Reagan mentioning, hey, it's not the people that have failed government. It's government that needs to be accountable to the people. And we see President Obama there, who's in his inaugural address, his first one, the remaking of America.
There's the poet Amanda Gorman there at the lower right of your screen. And President Obama hugging Lady Gaga.
The lady, what a tremendous rendition of the national anthem.
An incredible performance.
I'm not sure if that was a designer of a dress or an architect that built that dress. That is.
She's certainly found something to rival the architecture and the iconography of the Capitol. And I mean, we've talked a little bit about fashion choices, how to stand out in the crowd.
Now, you mentioned
There we are, the young poet, Amanda Gorman, shaking hands with former President Clinton.
Now, you just mentioned Miss Gorham, who has a speech impediment. And Janet, who else has a speech impediment?
President Biden.
How about Maya Angelou?
Maya Angelou, another poet who has spoken. So that's the poet Amanda Gorman in a yellow jacket, and we see Lady Gaga and Michelle Obama hugging here.
Well, there'll be a few pictures taken there.
We're
we go
looking
back
at
to the East Front.
East Front steps.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not over. What do we mean by it's the departure of Mr. Pence?
There's just as many iconic ceremonies that happen after the swearing of the oath as there are before. And there are just as many moments for us to watch and see these behind-the-scenes perspectives. I believe that's Hillary Clinton there, with the purple scarf.
No, I've just been someone that at times when we finished our assignments, which casually worked my way to the East Front, and there's hundreds, if there's more than a few thousand people for the departure ceremony. There's prayer that's rendered. There's pomp and circumstance. It's ceremonial.
Well, again, we talked a little bit earlier about how where is the president inaugurated versus where is the president not inaugurated. And this happens here at the Capitol, the home of the legislative branch, the home of Congress. And then so this departure ceremony, this moment where our new president and vice president depart from the Capitol and into their term, really is a historic moment, and it's a crucial part of this ceremony. Now, one thing that's different this year is that traditionally there is an inaugural luncheon that's held shortly after taking of the oaths.
In the old House chamber known as Statuary Hall, well, as you said, this year because of the pandemic, we're not having it.
That's the poet Amanda Gorman there in the yellow jacket again. And a beautiful view of the dome here on the west front of the Capitol. Again, those flags there representing the center one is our current flag, 50 stars for 50 states. The ones at the far ends for the 13 colonies that were in the Union in the beginning.
Friends, we have a video clip for you right now.
When applicable, following the swearing-in ceremonies on the west front of the U.S. Capitol, the outgoing president and first lady leave the Capitol to begin their post-presidential lives. Traditionally, the president's departure takes place with little ceremony. In 1797, George Washington attended the inauguration of his successor, John Adams. With few exceptions, subsequent departing presidents followed Washington's example. Until the early 20th century, the departing president also usually accompanied the newly elected president on the carriage ride from the Capitol to the White House following the inauguration. In the early 20th century, a new tradition evolved whereby the outgoing president quietly left the Capitol immediately following the swearing-in ceremony. In 1909, after congratulating President Howard Taft, former President Theodore Roosevelt left the Capitol for Union Station, where he took a train to his home in New York. Outgoing Presidents Coolidge and Hoover also left the Capitol for Union Station, where they traveled home by train. Outgoing Presidents Truman, Eisenhower, and Johnson left the Capitol by car. In recent years, the newly installed president and vice president have escorted their predecessors out of the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremony. The members of the JASIC gather on the stairs on the east front of the Capitol building and watch as the new vice president escorts the outgoing vice president and his spouse out of the Capitol through a military cordon. Then, the new president escorts the outgoing president and his spouse through the military cordon. Since Gerald Ford's departure in 1977, the former president and first lady have left the Capitol grounds by helicopter, weather permitting.
We have these wonderful videos detailing some of the traditions behind our inauguration that we get to show you. And here we are preparing to see the departure going down the east front of the Capitol steps. The members of the Joint Committee are going to line up, and you can see VP Harris there in the purple getting ready. They're getting ready to head out the east doors, the rotunda behind them in this shot, and going down through the military cordon and out to the waiting cars.
Have we noticed that the weather conditions have improved dramatically?
Well, we've had some weather changes today. I take back everything I said in the first hour of the broadcast about the nice 40-degree day that we had. We had some snow flurries in there, then the sun came out. We're really being taken for a ride today. You know, there were blizzard conditions for William Howard Taft's inauguration. They had to hold that one inside as well.
Notice who was the lead person out the east front. Eugene Goodman.
United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene O. Goodman there. He was the gentleman that you saw in the light-colored coat, acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms for the day. Here we go. The Harrises and the Pences walking down the steps, or excuse me, Mr. Emhoff and Ms. Harris going down the steps here. The east front steps going through the military cordon and taking a moment on the east front steps together.
This has to be a pointed moment for particularly the Pences. We don't know what the future holds for them, but
you know, Al Gore was my college graduation speaker, and he said the moment that it took hold for him, that it was over, was when he walked away after this moment, and the Secret Service wasn't there, the car was, everything was different right at this moment, and that's when he realized really what the changeover was. He referenced that in his speech at my graduation.
you know, something that is going on right now that we can't see, the staff, meaning the outgoing staff, I'm sure are just probably in tears right now. I've seen that at a distance, and just knowing that this is final,
I mean, I think we'd be
closure.
hard-pressed to think of anyone for whom this is not an emotional day. Not just the people who are directly involved in the administration, but the folks who work here at the Capitol who witness these every couple of years like we do, and the folks watching at home have got to have emotions bound up in these moments. And especially when you feel empathy for the various people and think of the emotions that are going through those heads, that's usually where it gets me. So we can see former VP Pence getting into the car here on the East Front, taking a last look at the Capitol and a wave to the staff and the military cordon, and the JCIC, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inauguration and Ceremonies.
In time, we will have on the East Front the passing of the review, passing the review.
We'll see the pass and review here on
Yes.
the East Front in coming up in a little bit. And we'll see them standing there and watching, reviewing all of the troops going by.
Now, I was not assigned to the Old Guard. I was assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And I've been in a lot of processions and reviews. And it feels like, for example, let's say President Biden is physically looking at everyone there. It's not the case, but as someone that has served, you feel that way.
Well, we were talking earlier about members of Congress, you know, making appearances on our tours and acknowledging the members of the public, folks from all over the country and people from all over the world that are visiting us. But the members of Congress, the senators, also frequently acknowledge us when we're in positions of support like this. Representative John Lewis always took the time to stop, recognize us, because one of the things that we do in addition to providing tours is to provide support for congressional events. And this, obviously, this is the granddaddy of congressional events for the year. Other times we're there for, like for Representative Lewis memorial service this past summer. But also congressional gold medal ceremonies. Great view of the East Front here.
Yes, you mentioned Mr. Lewis, that on those very steps where Vice President Harris and her husband are ascending now was this casket.
Yes, right where
this is all within the last
Harris is
year.
Standing, just this past summer, just about 6 months ago or so. That is where Congressman Lewis's casket was. And actually, Speaker Pelosi is standing in almost the exact same position the cameras captured her on that evening. And you can see the JCIC there as well. So members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugurations, on inaugural ceremonies, they...
Excellent camera shot here. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, it's
Just-
fabulous. Look at, we can see everybody here.
Yes.
So just a reminder for the folks at home, Steny Hoyer there in the red scarf, the Speaker of the House in the teal coat that we see there, and that's Senator Blunt with her. He is the chair of this Joint Congressional Committee that is the official host of inaugurations and the host of our live stream today. And here they are all coming back in through the east front door, making this turn. And then there are a few things that need to happen before we have some gift presentations coming up a little bit later on. That would normally happen during the inaugural luncheon.
Day is far from done. We have President Biden that has some ceremony signings in the president's room that President Washington thought of. To think back in 1780s that President Washington thought, let's have a president's room. It took until the 1850s for them to complete it.
Looking at the east front of the Capitol, when you see it from a shot like this, we think of them as the new House and Senate, but of course, they're not that new.
No.
The new House and Senate chambers are at the far ends of the building. It's called a hyphen, the way that they're connected off the end there. So those are actually cropped out in this view of the east front that we see here. So what you're looking at, if you can imagine, instead of that huge white painted cast iron dome, if you can imagine a shorter one, wood with a copper roof, and that copper roof, turning green over time. That's an idea of what the Capitol looked like back when not Jefferson was inaugurated, back when Monroe was inaugurated, let's say.
Ceremony unit, you can
All
tell
right,
it
we've got
various
another
branches.
video coming up, and we have these great videos that are taking
First
you
official
through.
actions taken by the newly sworn President of the United States occur in the President's room just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady, the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
All right, I think members of the military cordon here, bayonets affixed. Heading back into the Capitol, you can see a fleet of cars there transporting all these folks. Of course, the ones with the flags on the front there, most likely vice presidential vehicles.
The area that they're going towards is the Law Library. And then in that area is where Thomas Jefferson was first inaugurated, March 4th, 1801. And his second inauguration was in that room.
Yeah, right there on the first floor of the Senate side. It's part of the oldest section of the building.
Jen, I hope the people can see this pediment that's in this triangle. And it's Genius of America. And it used to be
You're talking
sandstone.
about the triangular section
Yes.
above the door.
Used to be sandstone. And it deteriorated, and they changed it to marble from Tate, Georgia. And so, friends, there was a part of this porch, if you will, that was extended out about 32 feet just before President Kennedy was inaugurated to give balance to the dome. Now you see people around there. That's something that's in the past that was allowed by the general public. I'm talking about the 1940s, 30s. It was just overwhelmed with people, and that's one of the reasons why we don't have inaugurations on the east side anymore.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier there's a famous photo from Lincoln's inaugural where he's out here, and the crowd around him is so thick you can hardly pick out Lincoln except for his exceptional height. And in that photo with him actually is John Wilkes Booth, who attended Lincoln's inaugural that day and said, if I'd had my weapon, I could have had a shot at him. That's how close he was.
That would be the last speech he would make.
Now, speaking of Lincoln and the Civil War, flanking that door are figures of war and peace in those niches there on either side of the east front door. So again, the east front of the Capitol was the traditional front of the building. The Statue of Freedom on top faces this direction. Of course, you were just discussing the pediment, the sculpture that's there above the door. Of course, there's no part of the Capitol that's not ornate. And there is no back of the Capitol. There's an east front and there's a west front.
True.
And I think maybe we need to emphasize that today. So here, everything's happening on both fronts of the Capitol today. Here on the East Front, we saw arrivals coming in earlier. We've got departures, the pass and review coming up. And as for the actual swearing in, over on the West Front side.
All three branches of government. Oh,
this is shot inside the president's room,
the
folks.
press room. Friends, look at these beautiful floors. These are English Minton tiles from
Minton tiles.
Stoke-upon-Trent in England. They're $2.03 per tile. And what you're seeing, I love this camera view, is President Washington's cabinet. It looks like Henry Knox, Secretary of War, in the corner there.
I don't know if I can emphasize enough how unique this opportunity is for us to see this. I worked at the Capitol now for 12 years, and I've seen the inside of this room maybe half a dozen times.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for a video on the signing ceremony. You want to see this.
The first official actions taken by the newly sworn President of the United States occur in the President's room just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady, the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
So the President's room is a really special room inside the Capitol, and we're actually not going to be able to show you the moments, some of the moments here that we're recording them for posterity, but they're not necessarily going to be live because of the importance of what happens in this space.
You mentioned importance. In 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., along with President Lyndon Baines. Janet, you mentioned the importance of this room. In 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. A little story with this. Quite a few years ago, there's a person that comes to me, and she wants to bring her daughter to see a video of the visitor center. And so she says, I just want to see that. I said, well, that's fine. And little did I know at that time when she left, and she says, I'm Lenny Bird. It's President Johnson's daughter who wants her granddaughter to see her father in the video. It was such a moving moment for me.
So we're coming up on the signing ceremony here today, folks, and we have some video about that.
While the tradition of an inaugural luncheon dates back as far as 1897, when the Senate Committee on Arrangements gave a luncheon for President McKinley and several other guests at the Capitol, it did not begin in its current form until 1953. That year, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Mrs. Eisenhower, and 50 other guests of the JASIC dined on creamed chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs in the now restored Old Senate Chamber. From the mid-19th century to the early 20th century, presidents left the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremonies and traveled to the White House for a luncheon prepared by the outgoing President and First Lady. In 1949, Secretary of the Senate Leslie Biffle hosted a small lunch for President Truman in his Capitol reception room. They dined on South Carolina turkey, Smithfield ham, potato salad, and pumpkin pie. In 1953, the JASIC began its current tradition of hosting a luncheon for the President, Vice President, and their spouses, Senate leaders, the JASIC members, and other invited guests. At the inaugural luncheon in 1981, newly sworn-in President Ronald Reagan announced the release of 52 American citizens who had been held hostage in Iran for 444 days. Traditionally, the luncheon often features cuisine reflecting the home states of the new president and vice president or the JASIC chairman, as well as the theme of the inauguration. The program includes speeches, gift presentations from the JASIC, and toasts to the new administration.
So this is the site site of our broadcast today. This is the Russell Senate Office Building. And we discussed a little bit earlier how prior to the early 20th century, the members of Congress didn't have separate offices. They used their desks on the floor of the chambers, House and Senate, or they used their private homes to store correspondence, research, and all of the paperwork that they deal with legislation.
It took some time, but by 1909, we had a building that the senators work out of, and then it's renamed years later after Richard Russell from the state of Georgia. And we're located just outside of the beautiful Kennedy Caucus Room, named after John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Robert Francis Kennedy, and Edward Kennedy. Oh, look at our control room.
Yeah, the Kennedy Caucus Room, normally the site of many wonderful ceremonies, but today it is our Mission Control Center. You can see right there our wonderful team putting together this live stream broadcast today. We've got, as we mentioned, we have cameras in a lot of places that other folks don't, so you can see all of our camera feeds up on the screen there. And this is a huge and beautiful room.
It's so ornate.
It's in the style of Versailles.
Mm-hmm. Well, the windows are from France. Now, you could fit a tennis court and maybe half a basketball court here. I mentioned this earlier. There should be an opera performed here. But this is our control center, and we've had over 30 camera feeds throughout the building, throughout the campus, that's giving you this great coverage.
You might have heard a collective gasp from Ron and I earlier when we got that camera view inside the president's room, right? Where right now the president is being briefed, and then there'll also be in a few minutes a little bit of signing activity happening there. It is a beautiful and ornate room inside the Capitol. There really are no unornate spaces inside this Capitol complex, but these are among some of the most beautiful ones.
Our friends from Texas, I think, are making a departure.
One can go.
You know, this Kennedy Caucus Room has been the site of a few hearings.
Yeah, a few.
The Titanic.
Teapot Dome scandal.
Well, how about McCarthy hearings?
In 1937, this is where President Roosevelt's plan to pack the Supreme Court was discussed.
And Watergate hearings. So I don't think this room is not too unfamiliar for a lot of Americans.
Well, this might be something which is a point of interest to our audience at home, because they probably picture all of the action happening in the chambers.
No.
And really, the chambers are where the voting happens and a certain amount of debate, but caucus rooms like this, committee chambers, here we see the Clintons departing there on our screen. Caucus rooms like this, committee chambers, rooms all over the Capitol are where a lot of the action happens. And if you watch hearings on TV, you may notice that you're seeing different spaces than you see when you watch votes.
Here comes the Obamas.
We're watching these departures on the East Front as we're coming to you from a separate building over in the Russell Senate Office Building. You know, this building is made intentionally to be fireproof.
You know what's ironic, Janet? This building is so old, yet when they built the new buildings, such as the Hart Building, the members didn't want to go to the Technology Building. Everyone likes everything old. Think about this.
I mean,
where do they have inaugural luncheons for the president? Old. Statuary Hall, old House Chamber. Where were they before? Old Senate Chamber. No one likes anything new.
Yeah, we have a very long memory. I mentioned to you guys in the beginning that the Guide Service has been part of the story here on Capitol Hill, part of the community since 1876. So when Ron and I talk about old versus new, we really mean that in like a much further reach. If you can imagine, this new Hart Senate Office Building he's talking about, it's a little bit older than me, I think. And we talk about the new House Chamber, the new Senate Chamber. Those are from the late 1850s.
The new House Chamber received criticism because of artificial air, artificial light. I mean, amazing.
Now, the old House Chamber we now call National Statuary Hall. That video that we just watched about inaugural lunches showed a lot of photographs that happened there in National Statuary Hall, where that luncheon is traditionally held, and it's the former House Chamber. And actually, it's the way the building functions architecturally, it's pretty much a pass-through. It's directly on the route between the rotunda, the Speaker's office, and the House floor.
Janet, let's go to another video, please.
on March 4, 1793, Washington gave the shortest inaugural address on record, just 135 words. Every president since Washington has delivered an inaugural address. While many of the early presidents read their addresses before taking the oath, current custom dictates that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court administer the oath first, followed by the president's speech. William Henry Harrison delivered the longest inaugural address at 8,445 words on March 4, 1841. John Adams' inaugural address, which totaled 2,308 words, contained the longest sentence at 737 words. In 1921, Warren G. Harding became the first president to take his oath and deliver his inaugural address through loudspeakers. In 1925, Calvin Coolidge's inaugural address was the first to be broadcast nationally by radio. And in 1949, Harry S. Truman became the first president to deliver his inaugural address over television airwaves. Most presidents use their inaugural address to present their vision of America and to set forth their goals for the nation. Some of the most eloquent and powerful speeches are still quoted today. In 1865, in the waning days of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln stated, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." In 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt avowed, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." And in 1961, John F. Kennedy declared, "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country."
Not only does this JSEC live stream have cameras in places no one else does to give us behind the scenes views, we also have cameras placed in some of the historic spaces so that Capitol tour guides like Ron and myself can give you almost kind of like a virtual tour of the Capitol. So here we are looking down at the rotunda.
This rotunda floor, it's about 7,200 square feet, and the angle is giving you a view of a painting. Now, it's called a frieze, and the style is trompe l'oeil. Yes, I don't speak French well. That's French to trick the eye. And then you see this sprawling painting called The Apotheosis of George Washington, painted by a naturalized citizen, Constantino Bermidi, from 1864 to 1865.
So if you can imagine this, folks, this is 180 feet above your head. From this angle, it's like you're standing on the floor of the rotunda, except we've got this X-ray vision where we can zoom in and really look at the fresco on the ceiling. Now, fresco means fresh in Italian, and it's painted on wet plaster. This is done actually in place.
Well, what we're zooming in on is Mercury. There are Roman, or you can use Greek, classical figures that all teach an American story. And friends, I want you to look at the bag of money Mercury is handing Robert Morris. Now look above Mr. Morris's silver hair, and in between the next gentleman's head, Janet, can you see a silhouette of another head?
Yes, and this is something that we can't point out on tour standing on the floor of the rotunda because you'd never be able to see it. So
I'm growing hair doing this.
This scene was actually dated 1865 by the artist Constantino Bermidi. The gentleman in the black suit, Robert Morris, the financier of the American Revolution. He was called richest in the Revolution. He personally bankrolled a lot of the shoes and weapons and uniforms for George Washington soldiers. And so he's depicted in this scene with Mercury. This is a scene about commerce. right there between those two gentlemen, there was a third face. If you look between the guy in the black suit and the guy in the brown suit there was briefly painted the face of a gentleman named Montgomery Meigs, who was a captain in the Army Corps of Engineers. And he essentially was in charge of the construction of the expansion of the Capitol Dome. We've talked a couple of times about how there was an old wooden dome on the Capitol, and then it was pulled off and replaced with 9 million pounds of cast iron.
Just a guess, when Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated, Bermidi probably didn't paint that day. Just a guess.
Constantino Bermidi, you mentioned, he spent 11 months on the scaffolding working on this fresco on the ceiling of the rotunda. And based on the camera views that we have here on this wonderful live stream sponsored by the JSIC, the official hosts of today's inauguration, we can really zoom in and look at it. Again, this is called the Apotheosis of Washington. Washington is one of the stars, this painting, although there's a lot of people in it.
Yes, to the right of Mercury is Neptune, and he's with the transatlantic cable. As the artist is painting the apotheosis, they're physically constructing the transatlantic cable. By the rainbow is Minerva, representing science, talking to Benjamin Franklin, Samuel Morse, and Robert Fulton.
And if you can see at the top right at this point, we're going to rotate around so you guys can see these scenes around the edge. Coming to actually the bottom of your screen right now, you can see Neptune there with his trident, right? And wrapped around that scene with him, they're holding onto this thick black line, the transatlantic cable, which was being dragged across the bottom of the Atlantic while this fresco is being painted, while Bermidi, Constantino Bermidi, naturalized citizen, an Italian American, an immigrant to this nation, painting this fresco on the ceiling of the rotunda.
Bellona, the Roman goddess of war,
Well, first we got
freedom.
science right there at the bottom, crossing over the bottom, science, and Minerva down there. If you all can see, there's a rainbow coming down. See that stripe coming toward the edge? Right where that rainbow comes down is another guy in a black suit there who we may recognize. And folks at home, if you don't recognize Benjamin Franklin when you see him, it's about to get a lot more obscure than that.
There's a statue of Benjamin Franklin here by Hiram Powers, sculpted in 1863. Please note that rainbow, you couldn't see it well in the 1950s and 60s because of such dirt and debris and
yes,
soot.
this painting was restored, and there's actually, if you look toward the center of the image, there's a ring of figures, and one edge of it is a little bit flattened. Right in the middle of that side, George Washington there with a pinkish lavender robe draped across his lap, and he's seated on a rainbow.
You know, all the figures that we see in the apotheosis are also depicted throughout the Capitol complex in some manner, on a wall, a medallion. What is in the rotunda is often re-emphasized throughout the building.
That's right. These artworks depict allegorical figures, people representing concepts like liberty and freedom, but they also represent real people. And so now we're looking at another fresco. This, again, is a painting on plaster, and this is called The Frieze of American History. This is a narrative wrapping around the rotunda.
Started by Constantino Bermidi.
Yeah.
In 1878. Now, we're at the area you can see like a box or a desk and someone kneeling. That's about the general area in which he stopped. He had a little mishap.
Constantino Bermidi, our artist of the Capitol, was up here on the scaffolding painting this fresco around the rotunda, and it will be just kind of off to the right, actually. This fresco goes chronologically to the right. There we go. And so right here, this scene, there's kind of a box on the ground in it, right? This is a moment of transition. So what we got here is a moment where another artist takes over.
His name, Filippo Constantini. Now, friends, there's a person in the middle. It's like he's wearing knickers. For you golfers, as if he was Payne Stewart, bless his soul. And maybe you can see that the left shoe, or sandal, if you will, looks different than the right. If you can't, look at the three indigenous people. See, they're painted a little larger and a different color. That marks where the second artist takes charge, Filippo Constantini. And he paints scenes that Bermidi had etched, but things don't exactly go quite according to plan.
Yeah, this is something that, again, folks, if you were on tour with us in the rotunda, we would be squinting to try and see this. So it's incredible that we have a camera to bring in on this. That guy in the center with holding his cloak in front of him, that's William Penn. And our man Constantino Bermidi, our artist of the Capitol, is up there on that scaffolding, and he was working on William Penn's foot at the moment that he slipped from the scaffolding and started plummeting toward the floor of the rotunda. Bermidi was not hurt. He was rescued by a number of people who were around, including one of our predecessors in the Capitol Guide Service. He was brought back down to the ground and he declined to go back up that scaffolding. And that's when Congress brought in a second artist. So if you can see William Penn in the center, holding his cloak in front of him with one hand out to the side. One shoe has a buckle on William Penn and one doesn't.
As a matter of fact, the second artist, Filippo Constantini, actually wrote his name under the 3 Native Americans, but it's next to impossible to see. So we continue these scenes and we have, look at this, the colonization of New England.
So glad that Reverend Beeman referenced the fact that this Capitol is built on land, land of Native Americans, and they are pictured, Native Americans are pictured in some of the artworks in the Capitol, but they appear a lot in this particular fresco.
Here we have the colonial governor of Georgia, the first one, William Oglethorpe. That's the scene there, making a pact with the Muskogee Native Americans.
So this is a frieze. Now, typically the term frieze refers to a sculptural band around the top, similar to the pediments out on the east front that Ron and I were telling you about a little bit earlier. This one is painted around the inside of the rotunda, and as Ron mentioned, trompe l'oeil. It's to fool the eye. Oh, look, a little bit of sunlight shining in on that fresco right now. So it's flat. I just want to emphasize that in case you can't tell, flat, painted on plaster, shades of, I know it looks like black and white, but it's actually a deep, deep brown to create that 3D effect. Now, down on floor level, I wouldn't say human scale because they're still quite big, but down on floor level around the rotunda, we've also got a series of giant paintings.
Oh. This is by John Vanderlyn, and it's featuring Mr. Columbus. The painting size is 12 by 18. To give you an idea about why you should come and visit the Capitol, visit Congress.
That door right there is the east front door that we can see the light coming in there. That's that east front door we've been watching. Here it is from the outside.
We have paintings that are 20 by 30 if you visit Congress outside the chambers. It's, you know, we could be here until when? The next inauguration. Our beloved east front once again.
So there have been inaugurations in a lot of places. We talked about this. We started off with George Washington's, originally in New York City. You mentioned that James Monroe was actually inaugurated in the Brick Capitol.
Yes, the Brick
Capitol. A little building across the street. It's not there anymore, but where it was is the site of today's Supreme Court. Looking at the Capitol from the west now, you can see the inaugural platform down there in the center with the flags that built there on the west front. So some of what you're seeing, the upper edge is west front that's always there, an expansion of the Capitol in the 1890s, and the Frederick Law Olmsted landscape architect designed the Capitol grounds around it. But then we also have a little bit of extra, which is built every 4 years. When I'm going to say a little bit, this inaugural platform is massive. It takes 177 tons of sand to fill in the fountain underneath the west front so that they can build this platform up over it.
Now, Janet, you mentioned platform and over it. At one point, there used to be a berm there, and Olmsted had it taken down, if you will, and they put in this terrace. Oh, look at the Senate side of the Capitol.
We have a great view here inside this. We're camera positioned in the Senate connecting corridor, looking at the doors to the Senate chamber there. Now, again, folks, this is a unique view. And actually, if you were on tour with Ron or I, we would be discouraging you from photographing those doors yourself. Those
Absolutely,
Senate doors.
I would.
The
Yes,
United
of
States
course
Capitol
I
Police
would.
ask us not to have people point their personal cameras straight at those doors there to the Senate chamber. So this is a view that you're getting that no one else has, and we get on almost no other day.
That painting on the left is of Senator Robertson from Arkansas. And once again, our beautiful English Minton tiles.
Just around the corner, just out of sight, there's a painting of Hattie Caraway, also from Arkansas,
Yes.
the first woman elected to the Senate. There were women who served in Congress in the early years after their husbands who were members or senators passed away. There was a tradition known as the widow's mandate. But it wasn't until Hattie Caraway elected to the Senate in her own right.
We should mention, not far from Hattie Caraway, upstairs is a painting of Senator Margaret Chase Smith from the state of Maine.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how some of these artworks are given
Yes.
to Congress from individuals or groups. Some of the statues we've seen and some more that we'll see given by various states, but there are also artworks that are commissioned. And here on the Senate side, like we're looking at here, there's a collection of art which depict some of these firsts.
Now, friends, we need to be specific about this. We've talked a lot about presidents, but the vice president is the president of the Senate, and there's a bust of every vice president of the Capitol, with the exception of one, Mr. Gore's, which is, from what I hear, it's coming. It's on the way.
Yeah, the vice presidential bust collection lines the Senate side of the building, and actually, as the years go by, there's more and more busts, and they appear in more and more places.
As a matter of fact, from this angle, not far, is Vice President Cheney's bust. It was dedicated in 2015. Ironically, it was dedicated in National Statuary Hall. What's National Statuary Hall? The old House Chamber. Because what? We like everything that is old.
You can see folks with cameras getting into position there. Oh, and we're back on the East Front Plaza here. Now again, underneath that plaza there where you see the folks standing and the cars parked, underneath there, the Capitol Visitor Center, the newest part of the Capitol complex, opened up in 2008. And that's where most folks come through when they come to visit us.
Hope we're able to, I'm glad we're able to showcase that the inauguration is more than just the oath of office. It's a day's event. It's prior to January 20th.
It's a full day of events. I mean, there are ceremonies on top of ceremonies. The inaugural address isn't a requirement, but it's a tradition.
Right.
We may someday see a person who declines the opportunity to address. But I was saying earlier that the ceremony almost is how you can track the evolution of technology in our nation, because some of our early presidents, the remarks were quite short. George Washington's very, very short, because there was no television or radio to broadcast it out to the people. It would be printed in the papers.
Can you imagine President Lincoln on the East Front? He's got his table in front. There's all types of soldiers around. And maybe 100 yards you could hear, maybe.
And we've seen this year a much less crowded event than this traditionally is, and we've been talking about how when the inaugural ceremonies made the move from outside to inside, from inside to outside, back President Monroe, how many more people came to attend, how many folks would come to watch. So here we are waiting outside of the president's room. It's a little room on the Senate side of the building, and here we go. We got the president and vice president stepping in toward pause for applause. Here they are in the president's room. Now this, I will say, is also a tricky room to photograph, folks, because of those huge mirrors on either side. It is not a big space at all.
Saw the fireplace there. I'm such a nerd. I think I know how many fireplaces are in the Capitol. So that's going to be a quiz for you right now, Janet.
Trivia question for me. Ron is asking how many fireplaces
I'm
are in
going
the
to give you three
Capitol.
choices.
Okay.
Okay, 120, 160, 144.
160.
144. Now, how many work? That's another issue.
All right, here comes the signing, folks.
Before we begin, Mr. President, after you're done signing the documents, when you're ready for the ceremony to end, if you could just give me a signal nod, I'll have press escorted out of the room. Once the press are on the stairs secured, we'll go ahead and be ready to move on to the Ohio clock corridor. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for the signing.
So we can see President Biden here preparing sign in the president's room. A small room on the Senate side of the Capitol. We have very exclusive access to see this today, the way that we're seeing this. There'll be some parts that we don't get to see, but they're being filmed for archival purposes, for posterity.
Again, I want to go back. The reason why we have the president's room, George Washington. He said the president should have a room where, from time to time, he can meet with Congress and sign bills, or not sign bills, but have interaction.
Yeah, and it's another holdover from a different era, folks, when the term of our president and our Congress overlapped differently. So we tend to think of inaugurations happen in January, new Congress comes in January 3rd, right? But that's been different over the years.
Oh, let's watch.
Well done. Well done. I'm very thankful, sir. I just pardoned you. That's your first one. I needed all the help I could get, Mr. President, for treating my yellow short.
All right. Packages are ready to be on.
So if you don't recognize them, folks, members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies gathered there. The JSIC gathered with President Biden and Vice President Harris in the President's Room, the space that we're seeing here.
Friends, when they leave this room, they're going towards the Ohio clock. Now, the Ohio clock has quite a bit. Friends, when the President and Vice President leaves this room, they're going towards the Ohio clock. Now, the Ohio clock has...
Why is it called the Ohio clock?
Well, it's interesting. A senator from Connecticut, Senator David Daggett, asked a clockmaker from Philadelphia, Thomas Voigt, to complete it. He does in 1816, but Ohio came to the Union in 1803. I don't quite get it.
It's a mystery, and no one knows the answer. This clock has come to be known as the Ohio clock. It stands in the Senate hallway, which we're going to be seeing the party passing through soon on their way to the rotunda for the presentation of gifts. We're just wrapping up the signing ceremony here. And so we're on the Senate side of the building in these hallways, which are beautifully decorated. Again, if we can call your attention to the floor for just a second.
Oh.
Minton tiles, they're an encaustic tile, which means that the way that they're glazed is a little bit different than the kind of tile we're used to in our kitchens and baths. They're made in Stoke-upon-Trent, England. They're custom made for the Capitol, hallways lined with these.
Friends, don't just think that the members can walk on these aisles. You can. How? Visit Congress. Janet, I think the number one question that's asked of us, how do I visit Congress? If not the question within the top three. And depending on what part of the building you're in, you will likely walk on these tiles. They're not something that's just sacred for the members. No, to the contrary.
That's a great point. The one place you'll see the Minton tiles like that is on the first floor on the Senate half of the building, yes, which we won't be seeing on our cameras today, but we can normally take folks there on tour. The hallways were decorated by Constantino Brumidi, the artist who painted the frescoes inside the Capitol that we were looking at a little bit earlier.
I'm not done with this Ohio clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was a person known as the man with the green hat. Yes, during Prohibition, he used to sell alcohol in the House office buildings. It was known he had an office. He was exposed, and he moves to the Senate side. and legend has it, in the Ohio clock, spirits might have been kept in that clock, and members had access to it.
I mean, the period where alcohol sale, manufacture, distribution except for medicinal purposes. The period when that was illegal in the United States was an interesting one here on Capitol Hill. And there are rumors all over of hidden compartments and various places where things must have been hidden. And they create this kind of mythology around this. And I got to say, there are plenty of mysteries. We don't know why the Ohio clock is called the Ohio clock, but there are plenty of tales of this secret compartment is where, they hid the contraband during the Prohibition period. But I think a lot of them more likely are just quirks of the architecture, because as we've discussed, this is a building that's been built in so many different pieces, and each piece added on to the next, right? And every space enduring these constant changes in what the space is being used for over the years. And what's interesting about this room, the President's room, is it really only has this purpose.
Yes.
What we're seeing happening in here today, this is essentially, and it's a very small space. I want to emphasize that, folks, because space is at a premium inside the Capitol, and there is no such thing as wasted space or empty offices. No. But this particular space is set aside for this special purpose of the President using it on Inauguration Day. And again, this dates to a time when our President's term and our Congress's terms would be running out March 3rd or 4th, and there would be kind of a race to sign last-minute legislation in that beautiful President's room. Looking down at the rotunda here.
By the way, I think it's possible President Biden may not re-enter the President's room until either a State of the Union or, well, who knows in the future, but I wouldn't think he would be there maybe one or two more times.
It doesn't get used a lot. That's what we're saying. And for us to be able to see this moment of President Biden and VP Harris in the President's room, they've just concluded the signing ceremony. Also stored in this room are some gifts Congress received. There are some ceremonial gifts, particularly from other nations. So we're looking down at the rotunda because what's happening here is people are starting to gather. The spouses of the dignitaries that we were just seeing in the signing room starting to gather in this space for the presentation of gifts, which is going to be happening soon. Typically occurs actually during the inaugural luncheon. This year, because things are a little bit different than past years, there is no inaugural luncheon, and so this is being sort of modified for happening in the rotunda.
It's a 96-foot diameter, 108 windows in the rotunda. And can we tell in the center, the discoloration, if you're thinking, was there a hole there? Yes, it was covered up. So the idea, the painting of George Washington glorified, you would look down through the hole or oculus to a statue of George Washington, the crypt, and then he would be with Mrs. Washington interred or reinterred, except much of that didn't happen.
Right, that was a part of the design that didn't end up happening, but right there in the center of the rotunda where we see some camera equipment and things now, that was intended to be this statue of George Washington. And actually, you can see the statue that was meant to go there. If you visit our friends at the Smithsonian American History Museum, they've got a Horatio Greenough statue of George Washington, an unusual view of Washington. We are not used to seeing him seated, wearing a classical Greco-Roman toga and sandals.
No, we're not.
And that was meant to sit right there in the middle of the rotunda. Now, there are some sculptures around the edge of the room. One of the oldest in this space is actually a statue of Thomas Jefferson, which Congress received as a gift.
1833.
And it sort of was the moment when they started to realize they could commission sculptures. There was a lot of thought put into the architecture of the Capitol and the artworks that are adhered to it, especially after the fire in the War of 1812 when we were concerned about fireproofing everything. And so paintings, sculpture are a little bit easier to be vandalized. And so there was an early emphasis away from them and onto things like frescoes and friezes that we've seen.
Now, the Ohio clock is on the right-hand side. They're coming past that area and other leadership offices.
So again, this is a view of the exterior of the Senate chamber, doors there. This Ohio clock we were talking about, it's one of the iconic artifacts inside the Capitol, iconic timepieces. It would be just out of view on your right-hand side, where you see those three folks there kind of in dark suits. Now, just out of view on your left-hand side, portrait of the first woman in the Senate, Hattie Caraway, and that's also obviously where we anticipate seeing the President and Vice President emerge in a few seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to picture this. In the old chamber, Vice Senator Breckinridge said, let's pick up our desk and move them into the new chamber. That's how they moved there.
Yeah, so this is the door to the new Senate chamber.
Yes.
And again, when Ron and I talk old and new, we're talking the difference between about 1810 and about 1859. So new would be 1859. And so in there, behind those wooden doors, is where the Senate currently meets, using desks that came from their original chamber.
You know, I wish I'll do it. So, Senate visitation and House visitation. Oh, do you have to be a certain age to visit the Senate?
So I will say that the House and Senate sessions are always open to the public. Anybody can come and watch. You can get a pass from your member, your representative, or your senator, and sit in and watch in the galleries. But there are certain rules in the galleries about photography and applause and things like that. And Ron is alluding to...
You better be 6 years of age and older to visit the Senate. There's such a place called the Children's Room, where my colleagues have put me in timeout many a time there. And it's not far from that camera angle just gave you. Oh, what a view here. We see elements of all four branches, if I'm not mistaken, for review. And again, I mentioned this earlier, I had served in the 82nd Airborne Division for quite some time. And here they're coming out.
Here they go.
They'll be passing by Leader McConnell's office.
I thought it was a Marriott.
Now, once again, folks, you see the Capitol Police Officer in uniform. The gentleman in the brown coat is United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene O. Goodman, who is serving as the acting Deputy Senate Sergeant at Arms for the day. Speaker Pelosi just went by there.
I didn't notice her without.
Cream-colored dress. She took off the turquoise coat we saw her in earlier. Senator Schumer and Blunt going by us there. And so as they've passed us now in this corridor, they're about to pass by McConnell's office.
Look, Janet, notice the floors have changed.
Fabulous view here of what's called the small Senate rotunda. So just off the rotunda, a small area there with the columns. It's actually an air shaft. If you were to look over that railing, you'd see down to the first floor of the Capitol, and it used to distribute light and air in the days before air conditioning and light bulbs and all the stuff that we have now.
Goes the House Sergeant of Arms, Senate Sergeant of Arms.
And our acting Deputy Senate Sergeant at Arms there in the light brown coat, that's Eugene Goodman, U.S. Capitol Police Officer. Folks, you may have seen some photos and video of him recently.
I mentioned the floors. Those are mosaics, which if you visit the Library of Congress, you'll see in abundance. It's the only area that we have mosaics in the Capitol. Look how President Jackson is dominating that room right now. Look at that posture on the right-hand side.
So these statues, again, are from the National Statuary Hall collection. Every state gets to send two. There's VP Harris and Doug Emhoff, her husband, heading into the rotunda. And Dr. Jill Biden and President Biden heading into the rotunda. Surrounded by a phalanx here, including other dignitaries, as we discussed, sergeants at arms.
And remember, this is a scaled back.
Yes, this is a
scaled back operation.
Remember, this is fewer people than we would normally see at inauguration. So another incredible feature of this broadcast is that we have clear views of these folks that aren't too crowded. This is incredible.
I'm blown away.
As we look down in this direction, that's the door of the Senate at the very end of the hall, that wooden door with the rounded top that you see on it there. And again, if you were on tour with us, I would be asking you to please not point your camera at that door, because the United States Capitol Police like to keep that area secure. You can see some Capitol Police officers here flanking this north door into the rotunda. So the president entering the rotunda now.
Oh, look at that beautiful
All right.
painting.
Now, this is a painting selected by the chair of the JSIC.
And the First Lady and the Vice President and the second gentleman. Normally at this time, we have a lunch, and probably no person alive has attended more of those lunches than President Biden has. It's an important moment where it's bipartisan. It's the time to bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is Landscape with Rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend Senator Klobuchar.
I like the rainbow.
The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so. Go right ahead.
A mixed race artist who created this painting, and it actually depicts essentially one of the last stop on the Underground Railroad.
Door number 2.
Moment on the river.
There we are. Good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh with the base 32 pounds, but combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton, since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
As Senator Klobuchar mentioned, the Lennox Company is an American company. It's been around since 1889. President Wilson commissioned china for the White House from them, first set of American-made White House china in 1918. Those lead crystal vases, 17 inches tall, she mentioned they weigh 32 pounds. They're all handmade in Pennsylvania by a craftsman named Peter O'Rourke.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note, not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States, So, to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
Senator McConnell here presenting flags that have flown over the Capitol today during the 59th inaugural ceremonies. Speaker Pelosi, let's
The
listen.
distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag may it reflect all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there, play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President?
That is correct.
Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
These gifts are presented by the JSIC on the behalf of the American people. We've just seen flags presented that were flown over the Capitol today. And the next gift actually will be photo portraits of the president and vice president at the moment of their swearing in. And those photos had to be snapped.
Oh, so quickly.
Printed.
Escorted over.
Yeah, it was a real sprint. They have the mats all ready to go, and they just need to snap the photo in the moment and then get them printed and put the frames together.
Right? It's a good picture, too.
The Honorable
President
Kevin
Biden,
McCarthy.
Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Imhoff, on behalf of Republicans in Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both. When President Washington was sworn in as the first president of the United States, only a handful of people saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds and dedicate ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making, for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people. And every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Imhoff, Dr. Biden, Mr. President. No, Joe, you're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech, you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today, we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory's won. That's what your speech was about. And that's why we are so proud and ready to march with you, President Biden. God bless.
President Biden there checking out a photo of him taking the oath of office. It's just presented.
They're both different.
Dr. King's bust in the background this past Monday, celebration of his holiday.
That bust of Dr. King was commissioned by Congress in 1986. It's been on that spot since 1989 in the rotunda. They're on the east side of the rotunda now. They're going to step through these east doors into the vestibule. See a statue of President Eisenhower there, given to us by the state of Kansas.
Now, friends, you might have been wondering, wait a minute, didn't I see President Clinton, Bush, Obama leave? Yes, to Arlington Cemetery. They're still working. They're placing a wreath at the 2 million unknown soldier. So that's what was going on when they left, and then we had the ceremony here. There's President David Dwight Eisenhower. Dwight David Eisenhower changed his name. Representing Kansas, a new memorial to him was dedicated this past, last May.
Yes, the newest memorial on the National Mall is Eisenhower Memorial. And again, these statues, some of the statues we're seeing, part of this National Statuary Hall collection. Every state gets two. This collection was started in 1864. And there are two from each one of the 50 states. Only 6 states so far have given statues of presidents of the United States. And so those statues are in the rotunda. Looking out of the east front steps now, preparing for the pass and review is going to be coming up soon. You can see the military cordon down both sides of the east front stairs. Figures of war and peace in the niches on either side of the door. We have a little bit of a better view of the figure of peace there. On our left, you can see her. Classical drapery just at the top of the column of military personnel on your left-hand side of the screen.
I mentioned earlier about everyone liking everything old. Look at the old light fixtures. Those were just made to look like that just very recently, within the last 3 to 4 years.
And a lot of elements that are exposed to the elements like that, like light fixtures and these sculptures on the exterior, a lot of times these are facsimiles because the original ones are being held somewhere where they can be preserved for future generations.
We haven't mentioned the architect of the Capitol, Mr. Blanton, who's the architect, but just the staff, what a tremendous job they do. From inside working to outside and all this that they have to do. It's quite a task.
Oh, you can see it's called a busby, that tall furry hat on the military there.
Notice the band. Notice.
And everybody's lined up and preparing for the pass and review to be starting pretty soon. We do have a video about that coming up in a little bit.
There's an old trolley stand there.
Oh, we've got some
look at that.
Historic uniforms there. We've got some Revolutionary War style. See, Fife and Drum Corps. So the coats that they're wearing, you can see those edges turned up. Those are called the facings, those red edges that you see around the front edge of the coat. Traditionally, musicians will wear a different color. They will wear the inverse uniform of the main body of the military force, and that makes them identifiable because in times past, especially, people will be looking to the musicians for cues about movements, and also it marks them as non-combatants. So we tend to see very unusual and colorful uniforms on our military bands, such as the Marine Band we've seen today, the Fife and Drum Corps that we just saw, and even the Herald Trumpets, the U.S. Army Herald Trumpets. Great view of the East Front stairs here, waiting for President and Vice President to come out and review the troops.
I think if you're a certain age, you might think of this area, perhaps, at a certain age, President Kennedy's inauguration, perhaps, depending on, again, the age, you think of Blackjack Pershing and his Lying in State. Now, I know what you think, well, maybe perhaps your grandparents can remember their parents and the imagery and the newspaper coverage.
Yeah, Lying in State and Lying in Honor ceremonies that have traditionally happened in the rotunda of the Capitol. This past summer, they had to do something a little bit different for Congressman John Lewis, where they actually put his casket kind of right out there in front of that east front door in order for people to file by on the outside. The Lying in Honor ceremony happened for the first time in 1998. Two Capitol police officers.
Also J.J. Chestnut, John Gibson.
And in 2005, there was a Lying in Honor for Rosa Parks. And earlier this year, Justice Ginsburg. There also was a Lying in Honor for Reverend Billy Graham in years past. And then Lying in State is something we tend to associate with presidents, but it's happened for a lot of people, as you mentioned a second ago, General Pershing, unknown soldiers. Members of the House, Senate.
Well, who was, Henry Clay.
Yeah, he laid in state in the rotunda.
He's
the first. And then a few years later, when Lincoln was assassinated, that kind of cemented that tradition that we expect that to happen. And again, speaking of Lincoln, we're looking at the East Front steps where Lincoln was inaugurated. We actually have on display down in the Capitol Visitor Center a table.
It's stunning.
Yeah, so we have the table that Lincoln placed his notes on for his second inaugural address. And it's made from pieces of cast iron from the dome. So the cast iron, 9 million pounds of iron that makes up the dome of the Capitol. Since it's produced in pieces, there are multiples made. And if you've ever made anything using a mold yourself, sometimes they don't all come out perfectly even. So there was a pile of extra pieces and cast-offs. And the workmen working on the Capitol dome during the Civil War went through that pile of cast-offs, put together a balustrade column for the center as a pedestal for the table, some of the decorative elements for the outside to come down and make feet for it, and then they put a smooth top on it, present it to President Lincoln for his inauguration.
I think it's wonderful that American artists and artists from Italy that painted in the Capitol would often use workers in their artwork. The workers here, I love that.
Well, we even know that Constantino Brumidi, who painted that fresco inside the Capitol dome, used some of the iron workers for his models.
Charles Thomas, the superintendent, foreman.
Particularly for the scene of mechanics that has Vulcan at an anvil and forge, and he needed people to kind of stand in as models to represent the workers in that forge. Remember today's inaugural theme, forging a more perfect union.
Yes.
Determined democracy. Looking at the East Front here, backed out a little bit so that you can see a little bit of the historic Capitol on either side of the stairs.
Friends, if you were to come to Washington and walk around the Capitol, even in the evening, when it's dark, the building will teach you something. You will learn something. You'll pass a member of Congress at night and not know it. And you'll go by 20 yards later and someone will say, wasn't that so-and-so that just walked past? I believe so.
Oh, here they come for the reviewing of troops. Now, I was just going to say Calvin Coolidge's inauguration, the first one to be broadcast by radio, 1925. And the first one for TV, Truman, 1949. The cables for people to watch it in the Midwest had literally just been installed a few weeks before. Folks on the West Coast still couldn't watch Truman's inauguration.
Well, that'd be nice if we could hear some of the commands. That would be nice, yes.
We can hear the applause.
I know those two words, forward march. I think I've uttered that a time or two. Let's listen and watch. Janet, what if I were to tell you that in one day you would have a new job and change your place of residence in the same day? What would you say to that?
Seems like a lot. And a new ride.
A new car.
And a new car there. I don't know if everyone noticed how thick those doors are when they put the president into that car, but there it is, nicknamed the Beast. Departing from the East Front, they're on their way over to Arlington Cemetery, lay a wreath.
And past two presidents while doing it. William Howard Taft and John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
The vice president getting into the car there with the flags. You know, Chairman Blunt, the JSEC, announcing this 59th inaugural, spoke about this event, commonplace and miraculous, and how this stands as an assurance to all people of our continued, unbroken commitment to continuity, stability, perseverance, and democracy. We have a statue in the Visitor Center of Frederick Douglass.
Yes.
And on the base of it, a quote from one of his addresses: "If there is no struggle, there is no progress." This year's inaugural theme, selected by the JSIC, "Our Determined Democracy, Forging a More Perfect Union."
I would say a prolific display of that today.
As we see the Vice President and the President loading into the limousines, preparing to depart here on the East Front of the Capitol, following the pass and review of troops. Family members headed back as well.
You know, at times, I didn't sense a pandemic or a lot of security. At times, it seemed like, well, this is what I'm used to, but there were times in which I said, oh my.
Well, I
I
think
see the difference.
this 59th inaugural is familiar and it's also different.
It's the least attended inaugural physically, but perhaps virtually the most attended, perhaps.
Yes, and we've been thinking about how, as the technology advances in our nation, these events can reach more and more people, right? You know, 1845, people heard about James K. Polk via telegraph getting inaugurated, his speech going out via telegraph. James Buchanan, 1857, the first to be photographed. You can actually see that on the website of our partners, Library of Congress. Photographed, and of course, those inaugurations here on the East Front that we're looking at through our cameras. Then, of course, broadcast on the radio, broadcast on the television, and now live streamed out over the internet.
How about President Carter, who's not here to attend, but is seen? It's perhaps better in some cases that for him, given some infirmities, that he's able to witness this from his comfort of his own.
Close up on the license plate there, it said 46. Our 46th president inside that limousine, again nicknamed the Beast. It's very heavily armored. You know, McKinley's was the first inaugural to be filmed with sound recording, 1897. And if you can imagine, we've talked about how in the early years with Washington and Lincoln, people straining to hear the president's remarks, you know, and the sound amplification for the crowd doesn't happen until 1921. But in 1897, people were able to listen to the sound recording.
But yet we hear about the good old days.
Yeah, in 1949, Truman, where the folks on the West Coast couldn't see it because the television cables weren't installed yet. One of those skylights there, that's the top of the Capitol Visitor Center.
It's a gorgeous view.
As we see the Vice President's car going by there, sorry, that's President's car going by there. Departing now for Arlington Cemetery. Here on the East Front Plaza, right above the Capitol Visitor Center. That big glass skylight you see there, the water feature around it, black granite from Clovis, California. These flagstones, the pavers that the cars are going over from South Dakota and Minnesota. stones selected. There are 17 different states represented in the stones of the Capitol.
I was just guessing among, just as you were talking, I think there's probably 8 to 10, 17?
17 different states represented.
learned something today.
Absolutely. There's some stone from Kentucky on the borders of the rotunda. Here in the Russell Senate office building, the Kennedy caucus room that we're stationed right outside, there's some black veined marble from New Jersey in there. It took the architects a full year to find it.
A full year.
So throughout the day, we've been able to show you several videos showcasing history and traditions of inaugural ceremonies, and we do have one to close out today as we watch the departure here on the east front of the President and the Vice President. You can see the Cannon House office building in the background there. Of Congress would live, because again, like the technology enabling us to watch and listen to this inauguration, the technology for members to travel has improved dramatically. The Senate has collected oral histories, and the members say the biggest change was jet travel.
You mentioned technology for technology for travel. The House and Senate schedule used to be based upon the growing season. Members would leave for months because they were planters.
Yeah, and the
So the
traditional
calendar.
August recess that Congress takes is based around that agricultural calendar and also the unpredictable Washington, D.C. weather, if you
Just
can
a
believe
bit.
it. We've
Just
seen
a bit.
Today we've seen clouds, we've seen sunshine, we've seen high winds, we've seen snow flurries. A little bit of all three happening right now, it looks like. As we see the motorcade depart from the east front of the Capitol. Cannon House office building there with the crane at the top right.
Oh, I love it. I can't say enough about the people who have performed admirably with these cameras. It just...
Yeah, so we see the cordon coming down off the east front steps here, and we have one last video to explore history and traditions of inaugurations.
The inaugural ceremonies may be a routine event, but it remains a unique symbol of our constitutional system. Today, as we celebrate the inauguration of the 46th President of the United States, we signal to the rest of the world that we are united as a people behind an enduring republic.
On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, thank you for joining us today for the 59th inaugural ceremonies. It's been a historic day. We hope to see you all back at the Capitol soon to take a tour with us or watch a session of Congress or attend one of the events.
This has been our privilege. Thank you to the camera crew. Thank you to Beth Flemons of the Capitol Visitor Center, to Capitol Police. I can't say enough about what dignity and order that we saw today. I'm most proud.
Thank you all for watching, and thank you to the Joint Congressional Committee for giving us the opportunity to be on this live stream with you all today. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining us.
set them on silent mode or switch them to the off position. Thank you. being greeted by Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Program. Mr. Charles R. Alexander, Superintendent, Arlington National Cemetery. Major General Omar J. Jones IV, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington, and Mrs. Tracy Jones. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and awaiting the President and Vice President to move to the tomb of the unknown soldier to place the wreath.
have the Secretary and Mrs. President, please?
Advance the colors!
I'm Tony Goldwyn, your host for today's Parade Across America. This afternoon, I have the privilege of guiding you through the presidential escort procession and later the virtual Parade Across America. Although as individual citizens we have our differences, more at some moments than at others, one bond that unites us as Americans, especially today, is our belief in our enduring democracy. The tradition of the presidential escort traces its roots back to the very start of our nation's history. On April 30th, 1789, members of the United States Armed Forces escorted President-elect George Washington to the steps of New York's Federal Hall to be sworn in as the first president of the United States. When Washington, D.C. became our nation's capital, the inaugural parade took on its present route, from the swearing-in ceremony on the steps of the U.S. Capitol building all the way to the White House. And today, for the 59th time in our nation's history, a newly sworn-in president will make that symbolic journey, linking past to present and paying tribute to our uniquely American democracy. Accompanying President Biden or Vice President Harris, their respective spouses and families, representatives from law enforcement, from all 5 branches of our nation's military, and from the alma maters of both President Biden and Vice President Harris, the University of Delaware and Howard University. At the head of the presidential escort are the Motorcycle Division and Color Guard of the Metro D.C. Police, led by Chief Robert J. Conti III. The department was created in 1861 and has served in presidential inauguration celebrations since the second inaugural of President Abraham Lincoln in 1865. And here is the prestigious U.S. Army Band, also known as Pershing's Own. The band was founded by General John J. Blackjack Pershing. to resemble the European military bands he encountered while commanding the U.S. Expeditionary Forces during World War I. The band has been part of every inaugural escort since 1925. They may be musical ambassadors, but they're still active duty soldiers. Every member has completed basic combat training and is expected to maintain U.S. Army training standards. The 8 buttons down the front of their jacket represent the 8 notes of the musical scale, and each button is stamped with the Great Seal of the United States. Now in uniforms patterned after those worn by the field musicians of the Revolutionary War, we have the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps. They've performed in every presidential inauguration since John 1961. I think we all recognize the next element of the parade. It's the presidential motorcade, carrying the man sworn in today as our nation's 46th president, Joseph R. Biden Jr. You know, watching this live in our nation's capital, seeing all those men and women in uniform is a reminder to all of us that we owe so much to all those who serve and to all America's military families who, in their own way, serve right alongside their loved ones. Today, we're part of a tradition that dates back to the very founding of our country. And for parents watching at home with their kids, what's important perhaps to share with them as we see this ceremony are just 3 words. Our democracy endures. President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden have exited their vehicle. They are entering the north grounds of the White House towards the North Portico to make their first official entrance to the White House as President and First Lady of the United States of America. Officially, today is about the inauguration of our president and vice president, but in a larger sense, it's a celebration of our democracy and of the entire American people. We truly are celebrating America.
I know. It's been 3 hours. How does it feel, Mr. President? It feels great. It feels good? It feels good. All righty. Congratulations. Thank you. What is this moment for you? You're about to walk into the West Wing. Give a message to President Trump. Not a fair. Thank you. Oh, hi guys. Love you. Love you guys. Love you. Woo-hoo. It's our family. It's our family. Daddy, how are you?
Yep.
Mr. President, how are you?
I'm well.
What is your message to the world?
Unity. I got it. Hold it, please.
Hey, you guys, we're gonna let him talk. Cool, move to the side, please. We're gonna let the president talk. Cool, can you hold, please? He's gonna turn around.
I see. I'm just trying to get over.
Okay, cool, let's go, cool. You guys, let's go, cool, let's go. We gotta move. Let's go.
That concludes the historic 59th inaugural presidential escort procession. And now, as we continue with today's Parade Across America, here's Jon Stewart.
Good afternoon and welcome to the very first virtual presidential inaugural parade across America. As you just saw, as is tradition, the parade and procession began at the United States Capitol and culminated with the arrival of President Biden and Vice President Harris at the White House. We may not be able to be together in person, but we can still gather, even if it's virtual, and celebrate this grand tradition. This year, we've had to create a new style of parade, allowing Americans from our states and U.S. territories the ability to participate safely from their hometowns. It's been a tough year. Pandemic, economic downturns, political divisions, social unrest, but we need to remember this, that every day, you may not be hearing about it on the news, you may not be seeing it on the internet, but there are millions of unsung American heroes who are keeping our nation going, caring for our loved ones, teaching our kids, keeping us all connected, making us smile, reminding us about what it is to truly be an American and what is great about America. That's what this day is about, an America united by our commitment to each other. One of those heroes is Dr. Jason Campbell. He's a resident physician in Oregon. You probably know him a little bit better as the dancing TikTok doc. Dr. Campbell, how you doing?
Mr. Stewart, I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for having me today.
When did you start dancing? Is this a recent thing? You're tremendous at it. You've had training.
I started dancing when I was in high school, maybe 7th or 8th grade with popping and locking and breakdancing. They actually called me Poppin' Jay in my high school.
I was also referred to as Poppin' Jay in high school for the way that oftentimes my back vertebrae would pop. This must be obviously your first inaugural parade, yes?
Yes, it is. This is, incredibly special. If you look at, obviously, President Biden being elected and then Vice President Harris, and as the first African-American and Indian woman, that's incredibly special. Something that I know that I treasure, that my family treasures, and that many that look like me are very proud to see.
I look forward to the pandemic being over so that you and I may join a breakdancing crew together.
I would love that. What do you think the name would be?
It'd probably be called The Good Dancing Doctor and the Old Man Who Looks Like He Hurt Himself. It's a long name.
It's catchy.
You're a good man, Dr. Campbell, and we're so delighted that you were able to catch up with us, and we'll hopefully check you out later.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Stewart.
And so, if you will, it's time to kick off for the first time in our nation's history, and God willing, the last time we won't be able to be together. Here it is, our virtual parade across America.
I'm Tony Goldwyn. I got to tell you, I played a president on TV a few years ago, and I never got a parade from Shonda Rhimes anything like the one you're going to see today. As Jon Stewart noted, our Parade Across America features Americans from across the country joining us from their hometowns. In fact, over the next hour or so, you're going to see participants and performers from all 50 states and every U.S. territory honored to be part of this day, committed to the ideal of an America united. Simply put, it's a virtual roadshow. We've got marching bands, we have baton and flag twirlers, dancers, equestrians, drill teams, musical performances, as well as tributes to some of the American heroes living right next door to us who've been making a difference in their communities during this terrible pandemic. Americans united on this historic day. And even though a virtual event is a bit different, this parade remains faithful to its most treasured and beloved traditions. And one of those traditions is a performance by a group of musicians who have been featured at every inauguration for almost a century.
We are the United States Coast Guard Band, based in New London, Connecticut, and we are honored to have performed in every inauguration since 1929. Coast Guard Band is here today representing the United States Coast Guard and the Department of Homeland Security.
We are the Youth Empowerment Project, a community-based organization that helps kids like me achieve our dreams. And Joe Biden must be proud because when he visited our home state of Louisiana, he invited us to be part of the celebration.
I met Joe, and I know that he cared about making opportunities for everybody in America.
We're the Culver Academy's Black Horse Troop and Equestrians from Indiana, and this will be the 18th inaugural parade we're participating in, dating back to President Woodrow Wilson's first inauguration in 1913. Today, we have 71 members and 67 horses joining us.
Congratulations, Mr. President and Madam Vice President.
Hello, America. We are military-connected kids, and we go to a Department of Defense Education activity school in Italy.
There are nearly 70,000 military-connected kids in 160 DoDEA schools around the world.
DoDEA has schools in 11 countries, 7 states, and 2 territories.
There are more than 50,000 of us overseas. Wherever our parents serve, we serve too.
On behalf of all of us, we would like to say welcome aboard to our new Commander-in-Chief, President Biden, and Vice President Harris.
As part of our parade across America, we are shining the spotlight on local heroes from different states and different backgrounds who went above and beyond to support their friends, to lend others, and to strengthen their communities during this challenging past year of the COVID-19 pandemic. For me, each of these heroes next door demonstrates the spirit, the resilience, the compassion, and the caring of our people. Our first hero is from Georgia.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Good. How about you, Mr. Bensdorf?
My name is Jason Zigant. I'm in 7th grade, and I am 12 years old, and I've been playing the trumpet since 4th grade.
My name is Karen Zagant, and Jason is my son. I came across this video of this trumpet player from the New York Philharmonic playing off his rooftop, and I think it was right after shift change. We happen to live right down the street from the hospital, so I suggested to Jason, is this something you might want to try to do?
My mom asked, do you want to come and play for the hospital here? And I said, yeah. And then we came back the next day. I wanted to come play at the hospital because I wanted to give the hospital workers and people a bit of joy at the end of their day. One of my favorite things from playing at the hospital was the ambulances driving by and flashing their lights, and also the people in the parking deck waving and saying, great job.
It was really always his decision. That commitment that he showed to show up here 100 days just gives me this immense sense of pride as his mother.
Doesn't matter how old you are, you can make your community better.
When I first heard Jason's story, I knew I wanted to connect with him. Never in a million years did I think that whether it's in the concert hall or up here from rooftop to rooftop or New York to Atlanta, a seemingly small gesture would have such an impact and travel so far. It looks like you're over at the hospital where you've been playing trumpet for a while.
Yeah, I am.
Ever since I've seen you play there, I've always wanted to play a duet with you. What do you think? Should we do it?
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
We are the Massachusetts Veterans of Foreign Wars Honor Guard, paying special tribute to the greatest generation of World War II and the newest greatest generation of today's all-volunteer United States Armed Forces. The freedom and opportunities we enjoy are thanks to their sacrifice. We salute our Commander-in-Chief, the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden. Present arms. We are proud to be part of the 2021 Parade Across America. Mark time. March. Forward. March.
Welcome to Des Moines, Iowa. We are the ISIS Arrest Drill and Drum Corps.
We're based in Durham, North Carolina, but we perform all across America. We're the King BMX Stunt Show. Like America, we come from all over, but really we are one united team.
Well, we're off to a great start, and we have a lot of excitement ahead with more music, different performers from across the country, shout-outs to our new president and vice president, and salutes to some more heroes next door. You know, every big parade has dancers and drill teams, right? Well, our next performers are a combination, a dancing drill team that has toured around the world.
The Kilgore College Rangerettes are proud to represent Texas in the red, white, and blue.
From Texas, we say this: let's get united, America.
We are the Native American Women Warriors, the nation's first all-female Native American color guard. Our mission is to recognize women veterans that have served in our America's armed forces, especially those like us of Native descent. We are here today from across the country for this historic event. Congratulations, President Biden and Vice President Harris.
We are the Fire Department, New York City, Emergency Medical Services, Pipes and Drums. We are honored to be marching in the Parade Across America.
the Devlin High School Marching Band from Denver, Colorado. It is the honor of our lives to celebrate our democracy and the inauguration of our president.
We are Scout Troop 358 from Philadelphia, the only troop chosen to represent all Boy Scouts at the 2009 and 2013 inaugurations of President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden.
So in keeping with our traditions of joining the parade when Joe Biden is being inaugurated, we wanted to be part of the day, honoring him and Vice President Harris.
Right now, we have a very special collaboration coming to us from two different locations. Overlooking the Black Lives Matter mural in Hollywood is Grammy nominee Andra Day, and she is joined by an amazing 10-year-old skater, Caitlin Saunders, who performed her routine in Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, D.C.
Broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we're gonna walk it out. Move mountains, we're gonna walk it out. Silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting harder to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move. We'll rise,
Country Cloggers from Boone, North Carolina.
Chinese American community from President Joe Biden's home state of Delaware. The strength of our nation comes from the rich diversity of the culture of the American people. And we are so honored and proud to share this performance with you today. Congratulations, Mr. President and Madam Vice President.
We are hockey players from the New Hampshire Seacoast,
led by the University of New Hampshire's mascot.
And we are thrilled to be in the parade across America.
And congratulations, President Joe Biden.
And congratulations to Vice President Harris.
My gosh, those were some amazing artists. Okay, our second hero next door is a fifth-generation Texan, a teacher who truly lives our Across America theme. To make her lessons come to life for her students, she took a road trip across America to show them the very places where historic moments happened. Here is Kathy Cluck.
I am a high school teacher in Austin, Texas, and in July, when I realized we would start the school remotely, I took the opportunity to take off and teach history from places where it happened. This morning, I'm in Jamestown. The students would tune in every day and just sort of see what my background was for that day, and it was a way for them really to see that history is still important, it still matters, it's not just in the pages of a textbook. This is Yorktown. Would not have won the war were it not for the help of the French. Sailed in right back there. They cut off the British. Cornwallis had to surrender. Boom. America born. Thanks, France. I was able to teach lessons to my high school kids about society, about how America is still changing. We're still in a process. It's been fun for the spotlight to be on teachers across the country who are working so hard to really make education happen and productive, even though we're doing it during a pandemic. We're there for each other and we can be there for each other, and I think that was pretty much the message.
We are Mariachi Hoya from Las Vegas High School, proud to represent Nevada in the parade across America. Although we can't perform together, we prepared a special performance for you.
Y lindos árabes se encuentran en la historia de mis raíces y tradiciones. Ay, 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 como quiero a mi mariachi. En mero tierra caliente, Nayarit y Michoacán. La tierra
to President Biden and Vice President Harris, felicidades.
Now let's watch Vice President Harris and her husband Douglas Emhoff entering the north grounds of the White House, making their way towards the north portico to make their very first entrance into the White House as Vice President and Second Gentleman of the United States of America. Well, that was historic. A number of today's participants have been in more than 2 previous inaugural parades. In fact, there is a participant today who has been in 6, and his colleague has been in 5. They are Jack and Thomas, 2 horses from Culver Academy. This year's parade features several equestrian groups with a long history of performing for our nation's presidents. Joining us for their 4th appearance at an inauguration is Michigan's multi-jurisdictional mounted police drill team. With their 2nd appearance are members of the American Side Saddle Association, and Culver Academies is making their 18th appearance. Now, I learned a lot doing my inauguration research. For example, I learned that Thomas Jefferson rode his own horse to the Capitol. Andrew Jackson arrived at his ceremony in a horse-drawn carriage, while Abraham Lincoln's carriage was escorted by civilians on horseback. And once again, horses and their riders are adding a majesty and grace to this quadrennial event. With us next on our Parade Across America are some of the talented stars of the Ryan Martin Foundation, which is part of the National Wheelchair Basketball Association. They're joined by Elena Della Dawn from the WNBA's Washington Mystics and the NBA's Grant Hill and Chris Paul.
This has been a time where we've all had to overcome challenges, when we've all had to adapt to what life throws at us, but our American spirit allows us to have hope. It allows us to thrive. And now, joining us for the Parade Across America are the basketball stars of the Ryan Martin Foundation.
I'm Grant Hill, and that is quite a team.
And so is this. Congratulations, Mr. President and Madam Vice President.
Let's get United America.
Aloha. The Oli we are sharing with you is about the inspiration, the beginning, and the growth of the future. And for us as the Ie and the Ohia, they work together to bring forth all these new beginnings working together. We offer this Oli chant to President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris.
I'm Paula Davis from the state of Maryland, representing all the families of our nation's fallen heroes at TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors.
Our mission is to provide hope and healing.
And just as they serve our nation,
We are here to serve them.
We are together, united in solidarity with military loss survivors, including the Biden family.
I honor my brother, Major Andrew Byers.
I honor my battle buddy.
I honor my husband,
Grandpa William.
Our dad, Major Paul C. Volke.
I'm Captain Isaac Seals. We are the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon. Semper Fi.
We are here to represent Puerto Rico.
Estamos muy orgullosos de haber sido invitados.
That means we are so proud to have been invited.
Regardless of language, we all believe that we are better when we unite together.
Earlier in our parade, my friend Jon Stewart got to spend a few minutes with an American hero who brought joy and comfort to those who needed it this past year. So I loved watching his videos, and if I'm lucky, someday soon he will teach me how to dance. So let's spend some time with a truly amazing doctor.
Hi, I'm Jason Campbell, a resident physician in Portland, Oregon. You might better know me as the TikTok Doc. Right before the pandemic started, I actually had met with a medical student, and she noted, well, there's this app called TikTok. And she said, well, you lip sync and you kind of dance, and it's these new songs, and you curate this joy, basically, if you're good at it. And next thing I know, 500,000 views, 750, 1 million, and I thought, well, I think people like this. And so it actually started with the idea to reach back to the community, to reach back to a young Black boy and say, hey, if you like to dance, if you like to do things outside the classroom, keep that going, but you can also be a physician one day. If I can leave you with anything today, it's the idea that we need to be together apart. We need to be safe, we need a distance, but we also need to still be together. Now is not the time to be isolated. It's time to reach out, a time to ask for help, a time to be there for others, to give help, to lend a hand. And I'm incredibly grateful to all of those who have done their part to bring joy and hope to their communities.
I do my head talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Head talk, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling?
Your punches got to roll with. You got to keep it focused. You wanna say so.
Go, got one. Go, go, oh, go, yeah, go, let's go, go, go. Let's go. Cash on me, like I hit the lottery.
We're the Teenage Flag Twirlers, proud to represent New Jersey. We are inspired by women like Kamala Harris who break barriers. We are united in support of the promise of what's to come.
Coming to you from the Wind River Indian Reservation,
These are the Northern Arapaho and Eastern Shoshone dancers.
Now, there are some people who believe that crop circles are the work of mysterious aliens. It's not for me to say. But I do know that the crop designs we are about to showcase are the work of some extraordinary artists from right here on planet Earth. In the past, the Earthworks Art Crop Circle project has created images of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the late Congressman John Lewis. So let's head to Kansas to take a look at what Stan Hurd and team have created for us today.
Forward, march. Stop your left and drag your right. Do it till you get it right.
We're the Flying Lady Tigers, dedicated to serving our community and nation. Proud to be celebrating America.
Sound of U.S. Sound of Air Force. Break down now. U.S. Air Force. U.S. Air Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to Pass the Mic, inaugural edition, coming to you live from the parade across America, from President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, this is brought to you by my musical heroes, and is dedicated to the everyday heroes around our great nation. Let's come together. You ready, Phillip? I'm ready, Cass. You ready, Verdine? Ready, Cassidy. You ready, Ralph? Ready, Cass. Let's sing. When you feel down and out, say what? Sing a song, it'll make you dance. Can you feel the love? You live time to shout, alright. Sing a song, it'll make you wet. I can feel the love. Sometimes it's hard to care. Say what? Sing a song, it'll make you dance. I said the party has just begun. It's so hard to bear. Sing it, Phillip. Sing a song. We're gonna sing. We're gonna love. We're gonna sing. We're gonna love. Break it down. You can sing a song today, you will make a better way. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh! Hey, Niall.
Hey, Cass, what's up?
Feels like we're coming together, right?
Got it, my brother.
Now this right here is a celebration. A celebration of our democracy, our resilience, and our spirit. A celebration of the everyday heroes who make our nation great. Because teamwork makes the dream work. Now no matter where you are, no matter who you are, we are all one big family. So I want to invite people from around the country to sing along. You ready, Kathy?
Yeah, I'm ready, Cass.
Here we go, let's sing.
We are family.
Around the country ride.
I got all my sisters with me.
Let's come together now.
We are family.
And sing it with me, right?
Get up, everybody, and sing.
A little louder now.
We are family.
Around the country ride.
I got all my sisters with me.
Let's come together now.
We are family.
And sing it with me, right?
Get up, everybody, and sing.
You look so beautiful out there.
Everybody
this nation.
Can they be that close?
I want to hear you sing.
Just let me stay for the record.
Sing it loud and proud.
We're giving love in a family day.
Let's go, let's go.
We are family. Sing it to me. I got all my sisters with me. Sing it to me. We are family. I can hear you, y'all. Get up, everybody, sing. Ooh.
Now I want to thank the Washington Chorus, the Triumph Baptist Church Choir, the Trans Chorus of Los Angeles, and so many other amazing Americans for singing along. Naya Rogers, Kathy Sledge, and Verdine White, Ralph Johnson, and Philip Bailey of Earth, Wind, and Fire! My name is DJ Cassidy, and this is Pass the Mic. From my musical heroes to the everyday heroes around the country, to President Biden and Vice President Harris, one love, share love, spread love. One more time!
Okay, so now let's head to Charleston, South Carolina to shine the spotlight on another hero next door. She serves in the United States Air Force, and in addition to her service in the military, she's been working long hours serving her neighbors in Charleston sewing masks to be used by frontline workers, including a nurse whom she knows pretty well, her mom. Here is Master Sergeant Carrie Ann Thomas.
I can't think of a time where I've called out for help or support that the people in the military have not been there. My mom is a hospice nurse, and PPE was strained across the country. I was set to deploy in the spring, so I was more worried about her than I was about me. I was gonna use a sewing machine, and I was gonna learn how to make masks. I took to social media. A lot of people asked for my mom's address, and they started to send her masks from across the world. No one wants a pandemic, but if you have to go through it, you want to go through it with a strong community. On behalf of Joint Base Charleston, here in the Low Country of South Carolina, we're proud to serve and would like to welcome our new Commander-in-Chief.
From Springfield, Ohio, we are the Kent Ridge Marching Cougar Band, proud to represent Ohio in the Parade Across America.
Greetings from the Virgin Islands of the United States. We congratulate President Joseph R. Biden
and Vice President Kamala Harris on their inauguration. Sending our best wishes to the administration and our great nation.
Founded on the principles of life, liberty, equality, and justice for all.
Okay, as soon as it's safe, that's where I'm going on my next vacation. Our final Hero Next Door tribute is to an extraordinary woman from Idaho. She and her friends are part of a community service musical comedy performance group called the Red Hot Mamas. They range in age from 30 to over 80. They are strong, they bring joy through dance, they triumph over the challenges of life, and they've joined together to entertain their neighbors and all of us.
My name is Mickey Stevens, and I am the originator and director of a fabulous group called the Red Hot Mamas. The Red Hot Mamas are a musical comedy entertainment group focusing on community service. We are dedicated to the exploitation of merriment and the enhancement of the ridiculous. As for me, I have had a medically incurable form of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma called follicular lymphoma. So I've been in and out of treatments for 10 years. I just will not quit. So being challenged like that has made me more sensitive, and I flat out want to bring joy. The most rewarding thing we did during this COVID time is we performed parades and shows outside assisted living homes, singing, dancing, and hooting and hollering. One lady yelled, "You are just what we needed around here. Come on back, come on back." Shine on, no matter what, no matter how.
Hi, I'm the lead singer from the New Radicals. The band ended over 20 years ago before our second single was even released. So when we heard that You Get What You Give was a Biden family anthem, we pledged if Joe won, we'd get together and play our little song, both in memory and in honor of our new president's patriot son, Beau, and also with the prayer of Joe being able to bring our country together again. Joe, Kamala, this one's for you.
Wake up, kids, we got the dreamer's disease. Age 14, they got you down on your knees. So polite, but busy still saying please. When the night is falling, you cannot find the light. You feel your dreams are dying all the time. You got the music in you. Don't let go. You got the music in you. What that's left, this world is gonna go through. Don't give up. You got a reason to live. Can't forget, we only get what we give. Oh, come on, baby, your tops. Give it to me now. Oh, we ran a miracle mile. We're flat broke, but then we do it in style. The bad rich, God's buying it for your child. When the night is falling, you cannot find a friend to feel your dreams break.
As we all know, the Summer Olympics that were scheduled in 2020 were moved to later this year due to the pandemic. So, like many of us, those Olympic athletes saw their dreams deferred. But they are resilient and they are continuing to train because their dreams will not be denied. Joining us are three of our Olympic stars, two Summer Olympians, track star Allison Felix and swimmer Katie Ledecky, and a five-time U.S. national figure skating champion and 2018 Winter Olympics medal winner, Nathan Chen.
Like this inaugural, the Olympics is an every 4-year event, an event that connects and unites Americans.
No matter who you are or where you're from.
We are honored to be here today as athletes who are resilient and strong, just like the nation and people we represent.
Let's unite America.
Let's unite America.
From Fort Jackson, South Carolina, we are the 81st Readiness Division.
We are the South Shore Drill Team and Performing Arts in Illinois, an entertainment group with the focus on education.
Oh man, it is hard to pick my favorite moment from this virtual parade across America, but this next segment has got to be at the top of the list. We call it our Dance Across America. Over 1,600 people from across the country, people of all ages, ethnicities, and cultures, submitted videos of themselves dancing, showing the unbridled enthusiasm and freedom of the American spirit. It perfectly represents the coming together of the American people on this historic day. Created by the legendary director and choreographer Kenny Ortega and featuring dancers from 30 states and 2 U.S. territories, here is Dance Across America.
Down in
As we've seen throughout today's celebration in communities large and small, the American spirit in all its glory remains alive and well in our people. A hopeful reminder as we commit ourselves to our goal of an America united. Later tonight, our America United celebration will continue, so make sure to watch what promises to be another historic moment in a day full of them. On behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, the Presidential Inaugural Committee, today's performers and participants, thank you for being part of this country's 59th inaugural parade, the Parade Across America.